Hey friends, Doppler Dave here. Just time to get ready to track some storms well into the overnight hours. I just want to let you know that we'll be on our streaming platforms. About to do a TV cut in here in just about 30 seconds, but we'll be on our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere else that you're used to finding us. We'll track some storms. Not a big tornado outbreak or anything, but there's going to be some storms with some hail, some strong straight line winds, and maybe some flooding. So we'll be ready to get you all caught up on that throughout the evening, throughout the night, as long as we have a severe threat out there. So I'm preparing right now to step out and talk about this on TV. So stay with us, and I'll be back on the stream here momentarily. Right now we'll get ready to get our TV audience informed as we do this little TV update. Hey friends, Doppler Dave here. We have severe weather taking place across the area. I have quite a few watches and warnings that we need to get you caught up on. Something new that's developed over the last hour. We have a flood watch now across the eastern half of the area. It's for be some repetitive rain that gets in here within the next couple of hours. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch in the pink. That's Cimarron, Dallam, and Hartley counties. A flash flood warning, Union County south of Clayton, and then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning southern part of Union County into Hartley, and now the northern part of Oldham County. So let's take a look at this on radar. We have a cluster of storms. It's starting to gather out of Colorado and Kansas. That'll be moving across the northern part of the area later on. That's what's prompted that flood watch. And then we have these two strong storms producing severe weather. This is where we have our warnings south of Clayton around Amistad and down close to Romero and Middlewater on Highway 54. Well, southwest, you'll see storms that are kind of pushing southeast across Highway 54. So now they've moved out of New Mexico, across the state line into mostly Oldham County, but we'll zoom out just a little bit. And the track on this is down to the southeast, so that's going to take it down across the Canadian River. And if it holds that track, it'll move down close to I-40, maybe around Vega, Adrian, and maybe a little further off to these. Here's Amarillo. We're watching things, nothing really impending yet. Should those storms turn east a little bit, we might have to worry about those in an hour or two. But we're also seeing storms kind of organizing up across the north. This will be the next round. So storms already coming out of Colorado. They're not as intense, they're not severe, but starting to fill in across Cimarron and even Texas County now. Texoma to Goodwill, Guyman starting to get some of that rain just southeast of Stratford. Other severe storms just outside of our area will be pushing south down towards Liberal, and those are the storms I think that will keep us active going further into the evening. So I just want to let you know that we're on top of things. No tornadoes out there, but severe storms are going to be likely off and on, scattered around at least parts of the area for the next few hours. So make sure you got your weather alert radio on, got your News Channel 10 phone app downloaded and ready to go. That way you'll get some warnings if storms will be affecting your area. You'll know what's happening. So stay with us here on News Channel 10, and we will keep you advised. Those are good to do. Okay, we're good. I just had to fill my coffee cup. Thanks, Andrew.
And you said you're good on streaming?
I'm good, buddy.
And you don't need us?
Nope, I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks. Okay, I'm back. Gonna be kind of a long one. I had to fill my coffee cup here. What we're doing is we're tracking storms that are moving into the area. Kind of an unusual night for the month of August, because well, normally, you know, we get a storm or two pops up in the heat of the day. We cool off at night and everything dissipates. but not tonight. In fact, let me show you what we are tracking here and show you over to another system. We have these storms that are severe, and they're coming in just south of Dalhart. If you're in Dalhart, I know you're seeing a ton of lightning, but looks like that's staying down to your south and southwest. So good news there. If you're in Hartley, it's all back to the west, but getting close to Channing, and really looks like these are going to be aimed down a little further, say towards Adrian, Vega on I-40. Take a look at another system here, something you're used to seeing on TV. So there's your two severe storms, and by the way, they could be packing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, so they're really packing a punch. So if you're down at Adrian, Vega, even Wildorado, we'll keep a close watch on that. Keep in mind, we'll be streaming. Well, you've already got us, but time to spread the word around if you know folks that are in the path of some of these storms, that you can catch us on Facebook, you can catch us on YouTube, the streaming platforms that you're normally seeing us on. So right now I'm going to kind of pull up our stream here. That way I can look at your questions, or if you have reports, we'll be able to pass those along. So feel free to chime in and let us know what's happening. I got a couple hundred people already watching, so we'll try to keep everybody posted. And again, this is not, we do have a tornado warning. Hey, let's see, tell you what. So we're gonna have to go on with this here. So let me see if I can get folks. Nash and Andrew, we got a tornado warning, so we need to go on TV here. Let's see here. So we got a tornado warning. You see that popping up? That's the red box. That is going into the northern part of Oldham County. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prepare for this, get ready to get this onto TV here. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Anybody on the entity there? Tornado. Dead gun. Oh. Andrew,
Yeah.
we just got a tornado warning. Can we go on TV?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll step out there. All right. Okay, let's go to max one. Take. Okay. So there's such a hardly. Okay. All right, folks, Doppler Dave here, just having to pop in. We got a tornado warning. Kind of unusual here on an August night, but it's this same storm that's come across Highway 54. So far, it's been warned for tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Weather Service now, based on some information there on radar, going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning. That's going to take it for the extreme southern part of Hartley County, right there southeast of Romero, and then out here into the open part, northern part of Oldham County. So here's the Canadian River right about in here. So this is mainly rural terrain. Of course, we have agricultural interests out there, farms, ranches. We're not really aimed at any communities here. Good news. But any folks southeast of Romero, again, that's going to be close to the border of Hartley and Oldham County, southeast of Romero, pushing on down to the southeast there. That's where we're tracking at least an indication on radar and some kind of report there of possible tornadic activity. So that's the red box that you see across the northern part of Oldham County. Can't really say that I've got a confirmed tornado or anything, but it's just one of those situations, once again, that we do have an official tornado warning. So folks, anywhere in this red box here, again, it's going to be mainly rural, farm, ranch type situations there. If you know folks, or if you're tuned in right now, those are the folks that need to go ahead and go to your safe place in case we do actually have tornadic activity. I can tell you that the threat of hail is very likely. This storm here, right about coming into Highway 54, it'll be just off to the northeast of Narravisa towards Romero, could be dropping what could be like tennis ball size hail, and then this big patch also right there. That's the storm that's prompted the tornado warning, pushing on down to the southeast. Again, if nothing else, damaging hail, strong winds, about 70 miles per hour or so, and the possibility of a tornado. In fact, we have a tornado warning that'll go until midnight. At least that's what it's set to go for right now. Could be canceled early. Depends on what happens with the future radar scans that we see there. So tornado warning again. We'll come back to this one momentarily. I'll kind of pull out just a little bit, take a look at some winds. Getting kind of gusty up around Dalhart, but nothing too bad at this point. Now backing up a little bit, here's some other storms in the northern part of the area. These are starting to fill in, coming into Cimarron County, coming into Guyman, coming down towards Stratford. These are non-severe right now, but we think those could organize further and develop a big complex that moves down across the Oklahoma Panhandle, northeastern Texas Panhandle. That's where we have a flood watch. Again, if you're just joining us, or you've heard the tornado warning, or your weather alert radio has gone off, or you got an indication on your phone, this is what we're dealing with. One tornado warning. Again, southern part of Hartley, northern part of Oldham County. I'll get some additional information on that, but right now the warning is expected to go until midnight. Mainly pretty rural terrain, south of Narravisa and north of Vega, right there kind of closing in on the Canadian River. If you're familiar with Oldham County out there to the north, very sparsely populated, but there could be some farms, some ranches, and some rural destinations out there that could be affected. Again, here's the storm. You see where it's come from Stedman, Amistad, pushing on down to the southeast pretty rapidly. And I'll get to the warnings that we have here coming up. But this is what we have. See clusters of storms developing, moving northwest to southeast, and looks like they may stay alive well into the overnight hours, organizing up here to the northeast. It's these two rogue isolated supercells out to the west here that have really been the strongest. They have a history of hail, a history of flooding, and now we have our first tornado warning. We don't have a tornado watch in effect, but that's not unusual. Anytime we get the environment there for strong storms, occasionally we can go ahead and get a rotation, even though it wasn't expected, and that's what's happening right now. So here's our warnings. The pink, that's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until midnight. This is our flash flood warning for all that rain that fell south and southwest of Clayton. A lot of hail out that way also. Here's our severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be Hartley, Oldham County, but it's this red box. And notice we don't have any communities in there, but that's the tornado warning set to go until midnight. Further off to the east, this is where we have flash flood watch that is in effect, and that's going to be for the, say, northeastern half of the area. Even though it hasn't rained out there much so far tonight, with that organizing cluster coming out of Colorado, and looks like that's going to kind of really organize into a big complex of storms that lasts a long time. And well into the night, we have a flash flood watch in the east. But once again, our main concern has been our tornado warning. That's just in the northern part of Oldham County and the southern part of Hartley County. Let me adjust my radar here, and I'll get some of the latest information here for you. Get the latest reports coming in from the field, coming in from the National Weather Service. Okay. Continuing tornado warning for the counties that we have highlighted there. And let's see, okay. It's radar indicated rotation. That's kind of what we expected there. So we'll kind of look at that on our own radar and see what we have here. So we're going to look at what we call velocity, and just kind of give me a moment here to examine this myself and kind of pick out where the that rotation is. And it's not looking real powerful, but down to the southeast of Romero, that'd be this area right in there. You see the little red versus the green indicates the wind doing different directions over a small area. So that's where we have our tornado warning right now. But again, that's going to be for the southern part of Hartley, northern part of Oldham County, and pretty much over a pretty open area. This is always some good news. So we don't have a tornado that's blasting into a town at the moment. Get this system up here and I'll be able to show you in motion how that storm is tracking, and we'll look at the box there. So really we have two different storms, and the rotation didn't look really impressive, but hey, you know, at night especially, we get a rotation on radar, can't really see much else. So we certainly go along with the National Weather Service, being using all precautions and being safe. And any indication we have that a tornado might be forming is when the warnings go out. That way we have a lot of advanced lead time so folks can act accordingly. I can tell you right now that it's not a confirmed tornado on the ground. We just did have that rotation on radar. Now the second storm, though, is rapidly pushing on down to the southeast, and they've been isolated. They've been discrete. We may have somewhat of a merger going on here. We'll see. Sometimes that can disrupt that inflow and the rotation, but we'll have to keep an eye on this one out near Narragansett also. Both of these storms capable of dropping some intense hail, some destructive hail. So we could be looking at golf ball to tennis ball size hail, straight line winds. I mean, aside from any kind of tornado threat, straight line winds can be destructive. They can be in excess of 70 miles per hour. So that's why we have both a severe thunderstorm warning. That's the yellow box you see here. And then the red one here was the tornado warning, kind of inside that severe thunderstorm warning area. So southeast of Romero, near the county line, that's going to be Hartley, Oldham County. Notice how this is way down to the south of Dalhart, way off to the southwest of Hartley. Channing, a little closer, you'll be getting rain and some lightning, but you're not really in the risk area. In fact, there's not a whole lot out here other than, like I said, farm and ranch type interests. If you know anybody that is in a farm home or oil field or whatever the case may be, they're the ones that need to be seeking shelter and being in their safe place. The communities I mentioned, Boys Ranch, Channing, Hartley, Dalhart, even Middlewater and Romero are not under a tornado threat right now. In fact, we can't really find a named community that is in the path. So this is good news, but you know us, we track everything. We track every tornado warning especially, and everybody living in our area, no matter if it's rural, if it's isolated, or if it's in Amarillo itself, we're gonna let you know what's happening out there. So anytime we have an active tornado warning, that's when we're gonna have coverage until we think that threat has ended. Back on Highway 54, there's Narragansett and Romero. Let me back out just a little bit. I'll be able to show you Amarillo. We have a lot of our audience right now up because we're on and phones are going off and weather alert radios are going off as they should be. I mean, that's how we get information out, especially at night, which is one of our concerns. Usually late at night, especially after the 10 o'clock news, people are starting to shut down for the evening, going to bed, they're kind of checking out. But that's when we want those weather alert radios going off, your phone to go off. That way you can tune in like you are right now to find out the situation and know what's going on. Sometimes it won't be affecting you. Sometimes it'll be kind of a non-event. This time, though, it's worthwhile. We do have, again, this tornado warning coming into the northern part of Oldham County, set to go until 12 a.m. That's going to be dependent on the behavior of the storm, behavior of that rotation, to see if, in fact, it's tightening up or getting stronger, or if it's getting weaker. If that's the case, sometimes the tornado warning is allowed to be discontinued or expire early. So I'm going to check on that right now for you. Once again, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning. It's the only one we have. It's the only one we've had so far tonight. and in southern part of Hartley, northern part of Oldham County. Looking for the latest from the National Weather Service that issued that warning. We don't have an update yet on that particular storm, but we are still looking at storms developing up to the north and the storms that are in progress at this time. So what we have up to the north, a new severe thunderstorm warning. And by the way, we will definitely track this one and come back to our tornado warning area. About the time we get some new information, I'll be able to pass that along to you. So just to let you know, here's the latest severe thunderstorm, and that's going to affect Kenton up in the northwest corner of Cimarron County, and it's building north of Boise City. We can pretty well guarantee that storm is headed towards Boise City. This one's not quite as intense, doesn't show the signs of rotation that we had with the tornado warned storm, but this is formidable. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning. It's developed rapidly. I mean, you can kind of watch that happen. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible with storm from Kenton building down towards Boise City. So this is that secondary area of storms that we were anticipating that's going to keep us going further on into the night. I'll just kind of slide over to the east. Some storms just outside of our area there north of Liberal. But you can kind of put two and two together that those are coming together and going to develop that complex of storms that we've been expecting to keep us severe going into the night. Here's our tornado warning. Once again, not seeing any new information. I can tell you that we've had a radar indication of a rotation within that storm. And that's the one that's just now coming into right about in here is where the rotation area is, crossing the county line. That's going to be the southern parts of Hartley County and coming into the northern part of Oldham County. The rotation pretty much on the county line or just south of there, heading towards the Canadian River in the northern part of Oldham County. And let me reiterate, and this is important. I mean, warnings are issued by county. That doesn't mean everybody in the county is under that warning. So places like Hartley, Channing, Middlewater, Romero, you're not included in that warning box, this polygon we call it. This is the area that's warned. So that's going to be rural interests, anybody farms, ranches, businesses, whatever in the northern part of Oldham County, near the Canadian, just north of the Canadian River. That's where we have the tornado warning. Now, we actually have two storms. It looks to me like they're kind of coming together into a single storm, merging, we would say. That's going to be just off to the northeast in Narravisa. Golf ball, tennis ball hail may be falling out of that one. Looks like we still have a good hail signature due south of Middlewater, right there on the county line. So these storms, I think, are going to kind of come together as one big ball, one big blob with a hail threat, a straight line threat, maybe a flooding threat. They're going to be moving pretty fast, but we're watching the rotation area. So I'm going to get an update here for you, the latest information. And we'll also, while we're at it, take a look at what we see as far as rotation. And, I still see somewhat of a rotation area. It just doesn't look as tight as when the warning was issued. So that's certainly some good news there. Now we'll back out a little bit and be able to see the rest of the area. Other storms really starting to get going up to the north. They're just not quite as intense. So what we're doing, we now have about 3 clusters. And here's Amarillo, by the way. It looks like a little bit of light rain coming off the top of that storm, maybe getting closer. The path of these storms is kind of down to the southeast. So if we get more development, we might have some strong storms approaching the metro area, or at least the city area, within an hour or so. But really looks like Highway 385 and Vega, maybe Wildorado, and maybe Adrian in time. If these storms hold that intensity in the track, we may have severe conditions coming down closer to I-40. It can take about an hour for that to happen. But right now, the tornado warning, pretty much rural terrain down the northern part of Oldham County now, well south of Dalhart, well north of Vega. We're just going to have to take it minute by minute, 30 minutes by 30 minutes, see what's happening there. Up to the north, storms are developing They're producing heavy rain, some gusty winds, maybe some quarter-size hail there north of Boise City. Other less intense storms popping up around Stratford to Guyman, and then a big complex up in Kansas. Now that one, I think models are showing that holding together pretty well as that moves into the northern part of, say, the Oklahoma Panhandle, northeastern Texas Panhandle in time. These storms, however, haven't really shown signs of rotating. We have not had any tornado warnings there, but a lot of heavy rain. The hail threat is going to be there. Strong straight line wind is going to be there. And we also have a flood watch in the northeastern part of our area. If you're just joining us or finding us for information, we're tracking a potentially tornadic storm. We do have a tornado warning. I'm looking at some of the latest information. We're not really seeing much on that possible tornado, but I can tell you from what I have surmised, the rotation doesn't look quite as organized. And we have kind of a cell merger out here. Let me show you where we are a little closer. Okay, this is a good vantage point right here. So we'll bring you in for a really close-up. Storms are starting to push past Narragansett now on Highway 54. In fact, still hanging just the last edge, the back edge, about to move through Romero and Middlewater. So that gets the storms off of Highway 54. Still a lot of purple in there. Still looks like hail is a big threat. Golf ball plus is going to be a possibility. And once again, for the month of August, kind of a weird night. You know, normally this time of evening we're cooling off, we're losing the heat energy, and storms are going away. It's going to be a quiet night. These storms popped up. They've actually intensified. We have a little disturbance aloft, some support that's helping to kind of drive the intensity, and that's going to kind of expand out across the area and give us an active night. So storms are going to stay stronger, longer into the night than they would normally in this time of year. So these are pushing down to the southeast. This is the storm here that prompted the tornado warning. Back when it was just southeast of Romero, that red box was drawn out for the warning area. And as I've mentioned, it's very rural terrain. Around the Canadian River now is where the leading edge of the storm is getting. There's the Canadian right in there. So that storm's pushing down that way. Looks like the rotation a little less intense, a little less organized, but we still have severe weather taking place with all that hail, the strong straight wind, and then the potential for flooding and lightning. This storm has just really been lit up. If you're looking from Amarillo back to the northwest, a big light show there. So where is it headed? It is pushing down to the southeast, and I've mentioned this before. We don't have any named communities in that tornado warning area. So, you know, certainly good news. We don't want to, however, you know, move past or neglect folks that are living in farmhouses, if there's any right there in that path. So we're tracking that. And there goes the red box dropping off. This is some good news. Let me pop off. I'm going to get the latest information, but it looks like the tornado warning was discontinued. Okay, latest information from the National Weather Service. And that is the tornado warning has been canceled. It's okay. Good news, that's what we've been waiting for. Before I get off, though, I'm going to pull back out and give you kind of a broad brush here. We'll look at what's happening, and then we'll kind of get off and get back to programming. So the tornado warning has been discontinued. Good news. Still have severe storms coming into Oldham County. We're going to watch that as those approach I-40, perhaps Adrian, Vega, Wildorado area within about an hour. New storms developing. This is severe. Kenton to Boise City, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and then big storms up in Kansas. Looks like this is going to organize as a system and move across the northeast. We have a flood watch. So as I kind of terminate this tornado warning, just know that we will also be streaming. As soon as I get off here, we'll pick it up. You can catch us on Facebook, catch us on YouTube, your normal streaming platforms that you're used to getting us on. But if you're in any of these areas, later on tonight, things could be active, and we'll be tracking those. If there's any more tornadoes, we'll sure let you know. Right now, looks like that threat has been diminished. So back to programming. We'll catch you on our streaming platforms, though. All right.
We were the only station on air up until like 2 minutes ago.
Seriously?
Yeah. And now it's just ABC.
Okay. Welcome back, folks. Thank you, Andrew. I just had my crew that got us on for that tornado warning. Turn my volume down here so we don't get any feedback. How you doing tonight? Doppler Dave here. We just had a tornado warning. Fortunately, it was kind of brief, radar indicated, and over pretty rural terrain, so that's always good. If you notice behind me, though, notice the monitors flashing like crazy. We have had one electrified storm, couple of electrified storms, actually. Just a lot of lightning, getting a little closer to Amarillo, but nothing really impending right now. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, here's the storm. This is the one that's producing all the lightning, and this is the one that just prompted that tornado warning. It's gone now, fortunately. It was set to go until midnight, but nope. Since that rotation kind of dissipated, the Weather Service discontinued that tornado warning. So right now we don't have any warnings out for tornadoes. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. And I've been talking about this on the air, and that is what a weird night for the month of August. You know, usually this would be something I did in May or June, you know, where I have to stay late after the news and track these storms as they come in overnight. Usually in August, that's not it. It's usually August storms are driven by the heat of the day. So they crank up, you know, late afternoon, kind of max out around 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. And then when the sun goes down, we lose that heat energy. They start to drop off. They start to dissipate. But that's not happening tonight since we have a disturbance that's coming out of Colorado. You kind of see here. New storms have developed. There we go. There's a good representation for you. Storms coming out of Colorado, really firing up there in Kansas, really firing up in the Oklahoma Panhandle now. But these two supercells out ahead of that disturbance has been what's caused most of the problems here tonight. These came across Union County. You see the green box up that way, south of Clayton. That's a flash flood warning. That's still in effect. We had 2 or 3 storms just kind of sit there, didn't move much at all, dropped all kinds of rain and hail. They finally picked up some momentum, and they've pushed now across much of Hartley County, the western half of Hartley County. Now they're coming into Oldham County, and the yellow box we see right there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now it looks like the storm on the left, on the west, is becoming dominant. Kind of zapping the energy. Really, I think we're merging into one big old storm. So it looks like Channing might be grazed. If you're at Valley d'Oro, Boys Ranch, we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like the bulk of that is staying to your west. If you're in Narragansett, good news. The storm has passed you now. It's cranking down to the southeast. You'll continue to see this $1 million light show with all that lightning, but the severe threat now pretty much south of Highway 54. Love to see that. It does look like that storm is going to push over the Canadian, which is a good thing also. I don't know if you're keeping up with Lake Meredith. Lake Meredith has been on the rise and just went over 80 feet during the last couple of days, something we haven't seen in a long time. But that's been because of the wet summer that we've had. Been a lot of rain in the Canadian watershed, and that's been pumping water to the lake. So normally, and once again, it's kind of unusual for August, normally in the month of August, you know, we're watering our grass, water's evaporating out of that lake, you know, the aquifer is being pumped, and lake levels are going down. But with the repetitive rainfall that we've had this summer, the lake level has actually been going up, even in the peak usage time. Even in the heat normally that causes all the evaporation. Instead, we've actually had a rise in the lake. Notice, I'm going to come in just a little tighter on the storm. Usually on this radar, when we see purple, it usually means hail. But when you see black, like you see there south of Romero, goodness, that could be very large hail. So I've been mentioning the possibility of tennis balls. Not something you normally have on an August night, but there's possibility of tennis ball size hail approaching the Canadian, just extreme northern part of Oldham County. Now, if you look at a map of Oldham County, we really don't have a lot of roads. We don't have any roads really that go up there north of Adrian. At least paved highways. There's some certainly farm to markets. There's some ranch roads, as you would expect. But I can't really show you any communities that are about to be hit by that hail. But agricultural interests certainly facing what could be a tough storm. The eastern storm that was just south of Middlewater and west of Channing, that one is weakened a little bit. Still some heavy rain, still a lot of lightning. You can see that lightning. Again, just look at those monitors behind me. You'll see a lot of flashing. We got the storm or the camera up at text line continuing to show all of that lightning. We'll be looking from Amarillo here shortly. In fact, if you don't mind, we'll just go ahead and see what we have. So here's a shot from Amarillo. Yeah, there's some lightning back to the northwest. So that's the same storm that we're looking at. It's just pretty distant from Amarillo. And in case you're wondering, whether or not we're going to get storms in Amarillo, we're going to have to wait and see, because some models are showing that. We may at least get a close call out of the deal, but that remains to be seen. You kind of see that on the current track there. If I move that over to the west, yeah, I'll take a look. I'll zoom out a little bit. You can make an argument that if it turns just off to the east a little bit or makes a left turn there, we might be in line for at least some of the rain. Right now, it looks like Channing is getting grazed by that. And really, Vega looks to be like in the crosshairs, and maybe Adrian also. So if you live in those areas, just be on standby. We'll see what the intensity looks like as those approach. At the current moment, we don't have any tornado warnings, not just that storm, but anywhere. So let's do a little tour. If you're up around Stratford, okay, you got a couple of moderate little blips there. Might be a rumble or two. That's about it. Nothing severe. Here's the storm that's making progress in Cimarron County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning there until 12:30, so that's another 40 minutes. Doesn't look quite as intense as the one now in Oldham County. That being said, count on frequent lightning, a lot of thunder. I'm sure you're going to hear that going off if you have your NewsChannel 10 phone app. It's going to tell you that lightning's detected nearby, heavy precipitation nearby, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of Cimarron County. No tornadic activity there, but heavy rain looks like around Kenton, and more development back up in southern Colorado. So this might be kind of repetitive in Cimarron County. If you're in Boise City, the rain getting close. Let me come in a little closer for our friends in Keys. Yeah, Keys, looks like you're already getting some of the rain. A lot of lightning. Keys, not quite in the warning area. The edge of the warning, that'd be the yellow box you see there, extends from just north of Felt right into Boise City and then just north of Keys. Now, this could be extended a little bit as the storms make progress, but right now we'll call it northern part of Cimarron County from Kenton off to the east. With heavy rain, there might be some nickel to quarter size hail in there. What's happening elsewhere? Well, we do have some rain in the northern part of Texas County, north of Guymon. We'll be able to look at our Guymon camera here momentarily. We'll look at that, see what that looks like, but not severe. But notice up, once we get north of Hugoton, north of Liberal, very heavy rain. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. That's coming down, looks like that's getting into Stevens County and Seward County. To reiterate, we don't have tornado warnings there. That's just heavy rain and hail, it looks like. But that's going to be the leading edge, I think, of the complex that develops. And that's what we're tracking. That's why we're on now. We think that we're going to have additional heavy storms that are in progress and ready to affect more of the northern part of the area. So we do have watches and warnings. Let me bring those up here for you. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch. And that gets most of the area. That's going to be the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's going to be all of the Texas Panhandle. Looks like it cuts off there just north of Tulia. So the looks like the 20 counties of the Texas Panhandle under a severe thunderstorm watch. Once we hit the South Plains counties, that's going to be Palmer, Castro, Swisher, Briscoe, Hall, and Childress counties not included in the area. And let's go ahead. We'll get the latest time here. Severe thunderstorm watch, that's going until 6 a.m. 6 a.m. So we'll be making a night of this. You know, it doesn't mean the storms will stay severe that long, but the potential is there once the storms get going that they could produce severe weather all the way to 6 a.m. I kind of hope not, but we'll see what's happening there. The yellow boxes, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings. So we got the one there in Oldham County, north of Vega, the one we just looked at north of north of Boise City, Cimarron County, and then up in Kansas, Stevens and Seward counties, also severe thunderstorm warning as those push on down to the southeast. Wide shot here. Yeah, you can kind of pick out that disturbance coming out of Colorado, firing up the new storms coming in. We do have the flood watch in effect there also. It's kind of covered up by the severe thunderstorm watch, but there's also the potential for flooding due to what could be widespread, slow-moving rain and kind of repetitive rain also. You know, rain's a good thing until you get too much. You don't want too much of a good thing. There's a flash flood warning south of Clayton. Now, the storms have left that area, but due to the rain that we had there earlier, it's saturated. There's been runoff. We could have some roads, especially the arroyos that may normally be dry with all that rain. They may have spilled across farm to markets or even 402 there, it looks like. So just, you know, if you're in Union County, be extra vigilant of any kind of water going across the roadway. Don't have any tornado warnings at the moment. That's good. And I don't anticipate, you know, a lot of tornadic activity. This radar sector kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. We've got those two supercells, the most intense. They're north of Vega. That's going to be these guys here. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning. Still listing Hartley County, the southern part of Hartley County. The road west from Channing under some heavy rainfall. We had two real discrete or isolated or individual supercells, which are now kind of merging into one big storm. You know, the intensity dropping off a little bit there on the east side, closer to Channing, closer to Valley de Oro. Now pretty much coming over the Canadian River. So that's good news, but we still have that one hail core. Looks like we might be losing a little bit of intensity, but still, I'd say still golf balls are possible there and coming in tight. The reason that's an issue is that on that track, if it holds it and intensity, our friends in Adrian may be under the crosshairs as far as a hail event. For Amarillo, for Canyon, for Bushland, Wildorado, we're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, if we get new development, and there seems to be a little development there just south of Channing. Come in on that. So you'll see Boys Ranch. Yeah, pretty much near Boys Ranch. I know the lightning's picking up. Looks like we're getting a new updraft there. So that's going to be at least rain and lightning. But we'll just have to track out that hail core, see where that's going as to whether or not we're going to have a hail threat on I-40 or if we get new development closer to Boys Ranch. Just know that we'll be tracking that for you. Right now, no major problems for Amarillo. You'll see the lightning off in the distance. In fact, let's take a look at some cameras while we're at it. So that's looking west-northwest from downtown, and you see no doubt, you see that frequent, almost continuous lightning there. Let's see, from Bushland, okay, same thing in Bushland. Looking down I-40 there, you'll see pretty frequent lightning, so that could be a camera that we take a look at pretty frequently. And also be able to, I'm curious as to what we're seeing from Guyman, so as you watch the lightning there from Bushland, just stay tuned. I'm going to call up our Guyman camera as soon as I can, and we'll see what we're seeing there. Here we go. Okay, oh yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is a live shot from Guyman, and it won't take too long for us to see some flashes there also. If you're in Guyman, we are tracking storms developing to your northwest, mainly in Cimarron County, but yeah, I'm seeing quite a bit of lightning there north of Boise City with a very heavy storm. It is severe, so I think chances are really good. There's a good lightning sweep right there. Really good in Guyman that you're going to be getting some storms pronto. That's why we have a new severe thunderstorm watch. If you're just finding us for information, I'll pull that up for you. And yeah, this is what we have. This new severe thunderstorm watch goes until 6 a.m. So that means anybody in the Texas Panhandle, New Mexico has been cleared. That's good. The red splotch you see there south of Clayton is a flash flood warning from earlier storms that have dumped all kinds of rainfall up that way. In fact, give me a moment here. We're going to look at some rainfall estimates. Okay, there we go. This is an estimate from the Next Red radar, which kind of keeps track of where the heavy rain is and how long it's fallen in one spot. So when we take a look there south of Clayton, just southwest of Clayton on 412 there, and you'll know the spot if you go to Clayton and you turn west on 412 heading out towards Gladstone and then Springer if you're heading up to Angel Fire, Red River, Cimarron, Eagle's Nest. Just looks like about 10 miles outside of town to Clayton. That's where we have this estimate of 4 inches of rain. And that was just over an hour or two. So let's call that 4.5 inches of rain. And, you know, the creeks and arroyos really fill up rapidly, and they could have spilled over roadways. So that's why we have the flash flood warning, even though the storms have moved out. It's going to take a while to drain that off for sure. Okay, now as far as other warnings we have, everybody in the pink, including Amarillo, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. This means conditions are favorable for hail-producing storms, maybe storms with strong straight-line winds, and occasionally we get this kind of rotation like we had earlier there in Oldham County. That's why we went on with that tornado warning for, 10, 20 minutes until that dissipated. Not aware of a touchdown. But, it's all about early lead time. So often we get a rotation on radar. It's the first indication we have that a tornado is about to form. So anytime we get a chance to get that warning out early, people can be notified early, make plans early, get to the safe space early. So even though it didn't pan out as far as a major tornado event, it was good to get that information out. Okay, so we've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and let's just take them one at a time, one by one. All right, so we got this one, Stevens and Seward County, just kind of really a northern fringe of our area. That's going to be Hugoton, Seward, just north of Liberal. That's one severe thunderstorm warning. Here comes the second one. That's for Cimarron County, Kenton, eastward. Does not quite include Boise and Keys, but it's close. It's set to go until 12:30. There's that flash flood warning. And then finally, we have this severe thunderstorm warning. Southern part of Hartley, northern part of Oldham County. We don't have any towns to point out in there because that's pretty rural terrain. And there's Amarillo Canyon, surrounding areas, all under a severe thunderstorm watch, but no warnings. We'll just have to wait and kind of track our storms as they make progress. So let's do that. Take a look at our sweeping radar. So yeah, we got a developing complex in the north, and then we have this initial activity. And looks like we're getting some new development there south of Dumas. I'm going to animate this. Okay, so you see the storms moving away from Dalhart and Hartley. Around Channing, okay, that's some new development as far as rain is concerned, but not severe. Looks like the severe core is now pretty much over the Canadian River, north of Adrian. Yeah, there's Adrian. Adrian still seems to be the most likely community if there's going to be a major hail threat, if that intensity holds another half hour. Now, it does look like we're kind of moving southeast. You see the warning box area, and that's for the possibility of some hail. And I need to get the latest information on that. So let's take a little break from radar. I'll let you watch lightning from Amarillo. And I'll get some of this information for you, pass it along. Okay. Okay, don't really have an update on the hail size expected. But, you know, earlier we had golf ball plus, and that's still a possibility. The storm did produce 74-mile-an-hour winds back close to Romero. So that was the main problem we thought was destructive straight line winds. You know, 74 mile an hour, that's about hurricane force. Of course, that was probably one big gust there. Andrew, what's happening? You know, it's my crew. I don't really think so. I tell you what we might do is do one more TV cut in before you guys take off. It's 12:04, so my audience, let's do that. Let's do a TV cut in. Just let me get organized here, and that should be about it. Okay. So I'm gonna gear up here for a quick TV cut in. I'll allow the radar here. Well, actually, I'm gonna let you see what I'm working on. Okay, so there, yeah, I'm gonna kind of adjust these radar sectors while we're severe, and we're gonna do a TV cut in. So our audience, if they're only watching TV, they'll be able to see us, and you'll be able to see it too. That's the beauty of our streaming here. Let me get my graphics all straight. Okay. So I need to do, I'm going to label some things here. Wait. That's incorrect. Okay, here we go. This is the severe thunderstorm watch that has been extended until 6 a.m. So it could be a late night of tracking storms for a good part of the area, including Amarillo. Now, if I take the severe thunderstorm watch off, Watch this. Bingo. Okay, the green there, that's our flood watch. So that's mainly the, say, the northeast half of our area. Okay. Good. Okay, so then what I'll do is get back to our warnings. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect at the moment. Kansas, Cimarron County, Oldham County. And then we'll, take a look at the wide shot there. What I'll do here is we'll go in for the strongest storm. That'll be this one. It's the one we're kind of watching Adrian for. Yeah, okay. So when I'm on TV here in just a few minutes, I'll be able to go to different storms, see what they're up to. This one here, I need to go up to Cimarron County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Okay, it's picking up there a little bit around Keys, by the way. And then finally, we'll look at that northeast. Yeah, coming into Guyman, Hooker. And I'm going to zoom out one more time. Yeah, we'll leave it there. Very good. Okay, so I think I'm ready for TV. All right, so now I need to. Okay, about ready for TV. Okay, I'm stepping out. Let me see. I'm stepping out there right now. I'm ready to go. Hey friends, Doppler Dave here. Just a quick update. We've had some additional information, some new watch areas that have been issued, and want to bring you up to date on where we did have a tornado warning. No tornado warnings out there right now. But notice this, new severe thunderstorm watch in the pink, which is all of the Texas Panhandle. It does include Amarillo and surrounding areas. This now goes till 6 a.m. So this is going to be a late night event. Couple of warnings in here. The golden areas are severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings at the moment. But we also have a flood watch. Northeastern half of our area. Once that rain starts to come in later tonight, it's going to be widespread, heavy, and possibly slow moving or repetitive. So we could get some runoff issues in the northeast and a flood watch. That's a flash flood warning south of Clayton. Now the storms are long gone, but we had about 4 to 5 inches of rain possibly south of Clayton in a short amount of time. We might have some water-covered roadways there. So here's a look at the warnings and watches. We'll show you radar. We got a disturbance coming out of Colorado that's pushing down to the southeast. That's what's keeping the storms alive and generating new ones. So that's going to be kind of moving across over the next several hours. We'll come in for a detailed look at radar where the storms are. Here's probably the most intense right now. And this is a storm that earlier prompted a quick tornado warning based on radar. We didn't have any confirmed tornadoes that I'm aware of right now. But these storms are pushing down to the southeast. This is the middle part of Oldham County. Very rural terrain there, but getting closer to Adrian. And say the state line to Adrian and Vega. There is hail in there. It could be up to golf ball hail pushing down to the southeast. So if you're in Adrian, you need to be paying close attention. No tornadoes right now, no tornado warnings, but we could have some strong winds. We earlier had 74-mile-an-hour winds out of the storm, so that's coming down in the general area of Adrian. Hail, high wind. If you're in Vega, pay close attention also. We'll zoom out just a little bit. Staying well northwest of Amarillo, some rain is developing. That's heading towards the city. We'll just have to watch the intensity as it nears over the next hour. So we'll be continuing to stream information for you on Facebook, YouTube, Make sure your findings there for continuous information. Another severe storm up there in Cimarron County. This one may have some quarter-size hail between Boise City and Keys. If you're in Boise City, you'll get a lot of rain, you get a lot of lightning. If you're in Keys, you'll get a lot of rain and probably some of that nickel to quarter-size hail as that pushes southeast. We're filling in across Texas County, west of Guyman up to about Elkhart, really starting to fill in. And then the storms in Kansas there, north of Hugoton and Liberal, those are severe. Straight line winds are certainly going to be a possibility, but that's all kind of gathering together as a big complex. So we'll track the severe storms approaching Adrian, and then a lot of rain and some heavy cores moving across the northeast during the next several hours. Once again, we'll finish up here on TV, but you'll be able to catch us for the next several hours, if need be, on your streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you normally catch us. So make sure you find us there, and we'll keep you advised. Okay, let's see. Okay. We're all good. Thank you. You're good to go. All right. Thanks for sticking around. Okay. That's part of my crew. About ready to take off now that we think the tornado threat is down a little bit. Okay, so hope you're having a good night. Here, just kind of to, let you know what's happening. Track storms.
You can get Kyle to pop you up on air if you need to.
Okay,
So
yeah.
contact Kyle.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks. All right. A little studio communication here. Once again, just tracking storms, kind of a weird August night. Normally August you can go to bed at night, and there might be some late stuff roll in off the mountains, usually non-severe, but it's usually dying down because we're losing the heat that fired them up. This is kind of a weird situation here. This is disturbance coming off the Rockies that's keeping everything alive. So here's the storm of most concern right now, and you can just kind of pick out the cities there. Channing and Boys Ranch, probably going to get some rain. Might be just kind of finishing up at Channing, pushing down to the southeast. But if you're around Boys Ranch, Valley de Oro, looks like at least some rain is starting to head your way as this storm moves to the southeast. Now, Hartley County has been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's good. If you're in Hartley or Channing, yeah, you're no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, the rain will be moving out very rapidly. So we're picking up a little speed, it looks like. But now it's Oldham County, and we've had some new development back towards the state line. So this is going to sweep across the rest of Oldham County. We're really watching that hail north of Adrian. Last sweep kind of looks like a weakening trend. So that's good news, but still good to have some very strong winds up towards Romero earlier, back when it was in Hartley County. Reports of 1.25 inch hail, so that's about ping pong ball size, and 74-mile-an-hour winds. So that's not good, especially if you combine them. Wind and hail is just not a good combination, but that was at its peak, I think. Probably now we're looking at maybe $0.25 to $half hail just to the north of Adrian, pushing southeast. So Adrian to Vega looks pretty wild. If you had a late night travel out on I-40 plan, let's nix that. We don't want to be heading out west on I-40 at the moment. We're going to need to let these clear and move south before we do that. What about Amarillo? Well, we're watching the storm out to the northwest. Certainly see a lot of lightning. Notice the monitors behind me there. You're seeing a lot of lightning. So these storms are, something to watch. And we're seeing a little development there north of the city. Not severe, but our rain chances may be picking up a little bit. It's going to come down to where these track. And looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now. Yeah, I see that new yellow box, and I'll draw it out for you. That's going to take it way across I-40. Yeah, okay, so now we're looking at this new box right here. Yeah. Right in here. That's the one that now goes across Adrian and Vega. Both are included in the severe thunderstorm warning. And it goes all the way down into Deaf Smith County. So if you're in Deaf Smith County, that's probably going to prompt your weather alert to go off on your phone or your weather radio. And I'll zero, and there's Adrian. So that's going to be the main thing we track over the next hour is going to be this severe storm with the hail potential and the wind potential about to blast on through Adrian. Vega, you're going to get a piece of this. I don't know exactly how much, probably some heavy rain. And this also developing out towards Boys Ranch and Valley de Oro. Rain is picking up there. So in time, that's going to, be Wildorado and Bushland. Maybe West Amarillo. We'll just, again, it's going to come down to exactly how that tracks. But that's not the only storm we have. We'll go back up here to Cimarron County, where if you live in Keys, it looks like hail is coming your way. I'm going to say nickel to quarter size. If you're Boise City, heavy rain and lightning, probably some gusty wind in there. But no tornadic activity anywhere on the map for the time being. Yeah, rain continues to fill in around Guyman and north of there. Not quite as intense, but you can see it's going to be one big old area of rain as that spills down out of Kansas, now the northern parts of Texas County, Hooker to Tyrone, Baker, Liberal. If you folks are watching, a lot of rain coming your way. Man, that's a lot of rain. Looks like you're about to get into. Doesn't look like we have quite the hail threat there at Liberal. That's good news. But there could be some strong wind, maybe in excess of 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're dealing with up to the north. If you're in Beaver County, it's only a matter of time till we start to spread that rain your direction. Could be pockets of severe as far as hail or wind. We'll just have to watch that. Down towards Groover and Spearman, not much to be concerned about, although eventually I think all that rain to the north will be coming your way. Again, we'll just take it, hour by hour, really, see what the intensity looks like. Okay, here's the latest image with our storm out to the west. Just about to shoot down towards Adrian, and I'm really concerned about the straight line wind and hail around Adrian. That's going to be taking place over the next 20, 30 minutes. Definitely going to be watching for hail and wind. Doesn't look like a big candidate as far as tornadic activity. We had that brief tornado warning a little while ago. That was mainly for Oldham and southern Hartley County, but that rotation was pretty brief and didn't produce a confirmed tornado that I'm aware of. Weather Service is being really cautious, being out ahead of that. We definitely appreciate that. Okay, we'll back you up, and once again, our main concern right now is Adrian to Vega, wind and hail. Severe thunderstorm warning there, set to go till 12:30, and that does cross over into Deaf Smith County north of Hereford. We'll keep an eye on that. Amarillo not in a warning at the moment. A little rain starting to develop out to the northwest. We're keeping an eye on that. But here's the watch box that we have now. It should say 6 a.m. That should be set to go until 6 a.m. And then this, okay, I'm on the, I gotcha. Tell you what we can do there. Yeah, we'll take a look at some of these warnings. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning getting down there north of Hereford into Deaf Smith County. It's the same storm that we've been tracking. Looks like we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning up to the north getting into Texas County. Yeah, so now that has been extended off to these. It includes Eva, just about to Texoma. Does not include Guyman, at least at the moment. So yeah, you really see the rain coming together up across the north. Not as intense, but really dropping some strong straight line winds on the leading edge. So let's go in. Yeah, Keys probably catching one of the stronger storms right now. Kenton, some repetitive rain there. Boise City getting in on some pretty good rain also, maybe some small hail. The strongest part, and this is the one that has prompted the new warning off to the east into Texas County, is there around Keys, where we're looking at maybe nickel to quarter size hail, some strong winds. Some of the heavy rain now pushing south from Liberal, getting in ready to move into Texas and Beaver counties. We then kind of take a break until we get down to the severe cluster that's been out ahead of that organized area. So this gets us back to Adrian, now catching the rain and the lightning, hail just to the north, but that looks like the intensity dropping off a bit there. Certainly happy to hear about that. But if you're in Adrian, you could be, looking at some pretty intense weather over the next 30 minutes or so. Vega, we're watching you also. You're in the box. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 1:15. And then also you see Deaf Smith County, north of Hereford, north of Westway. Sims is included. Sims and Walcott will be included in that severe thunderstorm warning area. If you're in Amarillo wondering what's going on, well, we see a little rain developing. And then what we have up there close to Boys Ranch, if that continues to track southeast, we'll at least catch some of that for Wildorado, Bushland, and maybe Amarillo. It's just, that's something we don't know right off the bat. So I'm going to let you kind of watch our storms, see how they're tracking, and I'm going to get some of the latest information and kind of wet my whistle here. Okay, yeah, we're kind of getting to tracking strong, destructive straight line winds out of most of the storms. Tornado threat appears to be down. I'll walk you through the warnings and watches we have here. And we'll look at some tower cameras also, see what those look like. Plenty of lightning out of most of these storms. I'm also going to catch a quick snack here. Got my late night jar of peanut butter here. It's just, all right, that'll hold me for a moment anyway. Okay. Okay, so I promised to look at the warnings. Let's see where we are. Okay. Here we go. So here's our severe thunderstorm watch until 6 a.m. So that's more than 5.5 hours to go, if the storms are still intact and producing severe weather at that time. So, as we mentioned, this is a night to do what you're doing right here. You're tracking us on streaming platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Roku, places that you're used to getting us. But also, it's a night if you want to check out, get your weather alert radio. It'll sound off if there's an alarm. You can, get your News Channel 10 phone app. Make sure that's got your volume up. It'll go off if you got, even lightning nearby. You'll hear me saying lightning has been detected near your location, or heavy precipitation, or a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for your location. These are ways to wake you up if you want to go ahead and check out for the night. We do have a flood watch in the green there. That's for the northeast half of the area. We think that the rain's going to be pretty widespread and heavy at times. And all the golden areas are severe thunderstorm warnings, which we have really basically 3 clusters. No tornado warnings at the moment. The red blotch you see there south of Clayton is not a tornado warning. That's a flash flood warning. We had estimates of 4 to 5 inches of rainfall south of Clayton. Now here's the wide picture. And you can see what we have there. We've got disturbance that started off in Colorado. It's pushing across Kansas, pushing southeast, but that's going to clip a good part of our area. And then out ahead of that, you can track it south of Clayton. That's when we were getting the copious rain and 4 to 5 inches of rain. Those 2 supercells have tracked all the way down close to I-40 now. So they're staying alive, just not rotating like they were earlier. So let's go to some radar sectors. This is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Oldham County till 12:30. That's coming up, but that's been extended now for Adrian and points south. It does look like there's a really good chance now of very heavy rain and some hail at Adrian. Let me check on the latest there. All right. Okay, so we're looking at maybe quarter to golf ball hail coming into Adrian and 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Man, not a good combo right there. So that's I-40 now from the state line to Adrian. Vega, you're going to catch a good part of the storm also. And the rain is picking up around Boys Ranch. Looks like that will be approaching Valley de Oro. The core, though, the heaviest part of the storm is going to be the Adrian to Vega section. And zooming out a little bit, you can see that we have that storm coming into Adrian and Vega. Amarillo, again, we got some rain developing. We're probably going to get some of that. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like the strongest part is probably going to stay out to the west. Up to the north, here's our other severe area. We do have rain and lightning at Boise City, but Keys kind of catching the bulk of this one, getting stronger there. Quarter-size hail, maybe a couple ping pong balls. That's pushing a little more off to the east. So places like Eva, Huff, Guyman, you'll be getting into some of this. Rain really filling in across a good part of Texas County. The hail, though, back towards Keys. And then here's the other area, rain starting to spread down towards Guyman. That's not severe, at least yet. And now the rain is coming out of Liberal and pushing into the northern part of Beaver County. We could see 60 mile an hour winds with that one. The hail threat is lower. Not as much hail, but certainly some wind. So that's kind of the latest we have. I promised we would take a look at some cameras, see what kind of lightning we're looking at. So let's do that. Let's see. Let's take a look from downtown Amarillo first. Oh, look at that. really starting to get some lightning. So once again, if you have the News Channel 10 phone app, you're probably going to hear about that. And I'll tell you what's interesting is, you can set your News Channel 10 First Alert weather app to track along with you. So that means no matter where you go, you can get alerts due to weather taking place in your area. My wife and I just got back from 10 days in Costa Rica. And I'm not kidding you. We were on a bus in the middle of Costa Rica and a thunderstorm nearby, and we got a weather alert. It was my voice on the bus in Costa Rica saying lightning has been detected near your location. Okay, now I do have a tornado warning that I need to get to really quickly. So I'll come back on this. Okay. So you see that red box, that's going to be the storm south of Keys. So let me zoom in on this. Okay. Okay, so we do have a tornado warning. Let's just take this. All right, I'll step out. Okay, so we have a tornado warning that's going to be for southern part of Cimarron and then Texas counties. This is another tornado warning that's based on rotation on radar. So that's this guy right here, south of Keys, north of Carrick. So let me get you oriented. Right here is the county line, Cimarron County and Texas County here. So here's Texoma, Goodwill. Again, we don't have cities in the box there, at least not the major towns that usually pop up on the map there. So this is a rotation south of Keys, kind of moving east-southeast. Only information we have on that, the Weather Service says, yeah, they're seeing a little rotation. They're going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning. And I mentioned this earlier. It's all about early lead time, early warning. Often, first indication we'll have of a tornado developing is a rotation on radar. Sometimes it'll go ahead and strengthen. Tornado is actually occurring. Sometimes it's just a rotation that lasts for a little while and then dissipates. But you just don't know early in the game which way that's going to go. But we do know that the earlier we can get information out, the earlier we can warn people, they have more time to jump into their safe place and be okay. So that's why we have this tornado warning, southern part of Cimarron County, south of Keys. If you're in Keys, you're not in that tornado warning. If you're in Texoma or Goodwill, you're not quite in that area either. So it's mainly going to be the rural part of southeastern Cimarron County. So there's Oklahoma 171 there. It'd be near that, and then pushing down to the east-southeast pretty quickly. So folks, anywhere in that area, I mentioned this, often earlier. Even though we don't have towns in there, it doesn't mean we're, just writing off that it's a rural tornado. We know there's farms and ranches, there's farm equipment out there, there's crops, sometimes there's oil field activity, camping, whatever it may be. So anybody, if you know of any interest there in the southeastern part of Cimarron County especially, they need to be notified. Hopefully folks are watching, or they've got us on Facebook or YouTube. If not, hopefully their warnings are going off, but the good old phone network really helps sometimes. So make sure that you call some folks if you know that they've got, in that area, let them know that something is up and they can watch. So once again, this is a tornado warning just issued, southeastern part of Cimarron County, and also includes the southwestern part of Texas County. So again, it's well back to the west of Guymon. If you're around Keys, you're getting some rain and hail there. straight line winds, but the rotation is going to be further south there around 171 and pushing on down to the east-southeast. Let me grab this real quick. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, do you want to go?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yes, do it.
Putting you on.
Thanks. Okay, this is, tornado warning. We're covering this continuously on our live stream, which is going to be Facebook, YouTube, but also we're going to go ahead and do some TV stuff if we get tornado warnings like this. So that's what we're doing here tonight. I can tell you that we have a tornado warning based on radar, some rotations there, south of Keys. That's going to be the southeastern part of Cimarron County, heading into the southwestern part of Texas County. So far, we can just say that it's been radar-based. Get the latest information here for you. And yeah, they're going to continue the tornado warning. Set to go until 1:15, but that doesn't necessarily mean it'll last that long. Once again, if you're just finding us on TV, we have a tornado warning. We've got the continuous stream going that even when we check out here in a few minutes, if this tornado warning is discontinued or expired, we'll still be covering storms on our platforms, our streaming platforms. So that's Facebook, YouTube, just like we did through storm season, May, June, when we had all the tornadoes and just so frequently. That's what we're doing again tonight. But right now, for our friends in our TV audience that may have just picked us up, we have this storm here south of Keys that has prompted a tornado warning due to a rotation on radar. So we're definitely recommending that folks in the southeastern part of Cimarron County, even though we don't have towns out here, any rural interests, anybody that might be out there for any reason, need to be in a safe place just in case. Even though we don't have confirmation of a tornado, anytime we get that rotation on radar, it's time to act, because that might be the first sign of tornadic activity. And I promise you, anybody that's ever been through a tornado would never say, well, just we didn't need any kind of information. I promise you, the earlier you get that, the earlier we get folks to the safe place, the better it turns out. Now, this is moving off to the east-southeast. The main part of the storm has gone through Keys with heavy rain, hail, and some lightning, but now that's kind of winding down for Keys and pushing on down to the southeast. That's why the warning area does include Texas County, even though it's just kind of raining there. It looks like it's kind of starting to come together as more of a big complex. Sometimes that's good. Anytime we get other storms in the area, might disrupt that wind field. It's less likely to have strong rotations when you have more of a linear type pattern. Doesn't mean there can't be a tornado. It just means it's not going to be an isolated, strongly spinning supercell. It's going to be more of a complex of storms. Looks like the heavy rain and hail might be picking up south of Boise City. If you're in Boise City, you're not in the tornado warning. You are under, some pretty heavy rain, lightning, and we're going to have to watch the flood threat also with all of this rainfall. So right now, the latest is we have a tornado warning there, Cimarron County and Texas County. It's looking a little bit better. I'm going to kind of take us over. We'll look at some radar velocity and see how we're looking there, and I'll get an update also. Trimming off the tornado warning, so they're at least making that a little bit smaller. When I take a look at the velocity here, we'll be able to see what, there it is. So south of Keys, right there close to Oklahoma 171. It's going to be this area right there. Same place we've been showing you, but when we can look at the wind field, it lets us know exactly where that rotation is. So anytime we see green and red kind of together, that just means the wind is doing opposite things in a very small area. So that's a pretty at least evident, suspicious area of rotation. Again, there's Carrick. It's North Carrick. It's south of Keys. So again, rural terrain, we'll call it, southeastern part of Cimarron County, moving to the east to southeast. Here in Texoma, we're keeping an eye on that. We're hoping that this will be just kind of a brief rotation area. Even that last scan there looks like it might be a little less organized, but that doesn't mean that it's not something that we watch carefully. Storms tend to strengthen and weaken, kind of cycle sometimes. So we'll still continue to watch that, but I can tell you it doesn't look quite as ominous as the earlier scan there. So we're hoping, kind of like the last tornado warning we had, that this will be a brief rotation, and hopefully it'll be discontinued. I can tell you that we got winds over 50 miles per hour up close to Boise City. Now I'm bringing you down a little bit while we're on radar here, and we'll go back to our tornado warning very soon. But the storm on I-40, this is the one west of Amarillo that you see all the lightning, out towards Adrian. Looks like the heaviest part of the storm has cruised on down to the south. If you're in Vega, you're about to catch some strong wind and the rain, and then we'll track the storm on down to the southeast. Whether or not that's affecting Amarillo, still a little bit early to be able to make that call. Okay, back to the north. Here we go. Here's our tornado warning. That's going to be the red box. So again, we're drawing a little further down. I got a little bit of a notch, a little bit of a hook right there. That's where possible rotation, possible, if there's going to be any tornadic activity, that's where it would be. Now, the good news is it looks like that's moving away from Keys. Looks like that rotation area would stay to the northeast of Carrick, and then kind of headed down towards the Oklahoma-Texas state line there north of Stratford. If you're around Texoma, Goodwell, we're going to watch this. That's moving in your general area, still a ways out. I'd still say probably 25, 30 minutes out there, but we'll have time to kind of watch that. The tornado warning is set to go until 1:15. That's another half hour. That's going to be contingent on the behavior of that storm. If that rotation, if that hook stays intact, we'll continue that tornado warning. But right now, it just looks like a kind of a rural type situation, mainly a rotation on radar. Haven't had confirmation of tornadoes with that storm. Keys, things are looking a little better with the hail core moving out and weakening. Boise City, still in some rain, a little hail developing there south of you. If you're around Felt, you're well back to the west of the tornadic activity, or at least the possible tornadic activity. Same thing for Boise City. The rain may be picking up, but that rotating area is moving away. Give me a chance to kind of pull back out and get the latest here on that warning. Okay, so just like I mentioned, Weather Service corroborating that rotation's not looking quite as strong, but still there. They're going to continue the tornado warning a bit longer, just kind of as a precaution. I can tell you that folks around Texoma, Goodwill, Guyman, you're going to get a lot of lightning, you get a lot of rain, and we'll just have to kind of watch these hail cores. The tendency has been with these northern activity coming out of Kansas and Colorado to be real strong, real heavy rain, drop some hail, and then it kind of becomes more of a wind event. And I think that's going to take place with these storms also. You still see heavy rain and a little bit of hail in there, but it's starting to spread out, and 60, 70 mile an hour winds possible with some of these storms. So we shift away from the hail threat, the tornado threat, more of a damaging straight line wind event, and that could take place all along this edge of the storm. So anywhere around Highway 54, Texoma, Goodwill, Guyman, Optimal, we could be catching a lot of wind there. But if you're just joining us, or if your weather alert radio went off, or your phone went off and you heard the tornado warning for Cimarron and Texas counties, here's the latest on that. Now, we don't have a confirmed tornado. We do have this area right here. That's a little hook, and I just showed you a few minutes ago the velocity, the wind field. And it looks like that is pushing down to the east-southeast. Not quite as ominous as when the tornado warning was issued. So I think the trend is down, but as I mentioned, sometimes the intensity tends to cycle a little bit. We see that over and over. So just because they have a weakening trend on one sweep, when we get a new image, it could tighten back up. We'll just have to wait and see. But I can tell you it's moving away from Keys, maybe slowly moving towards Texoma right there on Highway 54, just north of the state line. So that's an area that we'll kind of keep an eye on. If you're in Stratford, looks like that's staying to your north. If you're at Boise City, the hail is developing near you, but the rotation area is pushing on off to the east. Okay, here's the latest image. You still have a little bit of a notch right in there, but again, as far as a really say classic hook echo or really classic velocity couplet, I don't think we quite have that. We just have kind of a auspicious area of concern, and that's why we have the tornado warning. That does mean if you're in the southeast corner of Cimarron County, or if you're in the southwest corner of Texas County, you need to be in your safe shelter. I mean, sometimes at night, man, you're not going to see anything coming. You don't need to be looking out there. It's going to be probably, obscured by all kinds of rain. That wind could be kicking up dust. It's not something to go out and look. Let's just go ahead and say, let's stay in our safe place in the southeastern part of Cimarron County, southwestern part of Texas County for the time being. So I'm just checking on the latest here. Once again, Weather Service pretty much corroborating with what we're saying. I'll zoom out a little bit, and that's going to be our organized complex of storms, now kind of taking over the Oklahoma Panhandle. But I did want to talk about the storms down closer to Amarillo. We got a little bit of development here that we'll kind of address while we wait on a little more on that tornado warning. So here's the storm that's come through Adrian with rain and hail. The hail area would be right there south of Adrian on 214. Still might be looking at quarter to maybe golf balls in there. I think the area has diminished in size, but we still could be looking at some hail. There could be heavy rain and probably strong winds sweeping across Vega right now into Boys Ranch. The development I wanted to point out is we have, this area right here is at least picking up a little bit on radar. So rain is picking up a little bit north of Wildorado, north of Bushland, and some lighter rain there north of Amarillo. We're just going to watch this track. If it deviates off to the east or develops off to the east, then we'd be looking at some storms in Amarillo. Whether or not they'd be severe, we'll just have to wait and see. So these are pushing down to the southeast, crossing I-40, Adrian to Vega. We've been tracking that. If you're in Wildorado, Bushland, be on standby. Storms likely going to be affecting you soon. Let's get back up to our tornado warning area. There we go. If you're just joining us for information, we've been tracking this possible rotation, definite rotation, but possible tornadic activity south of Keys, north of Carrick, not really affecting communities, but out over rural terrain there. And you can see the radar echo not quite as stout or ominous as it was. I will take a look at our velocity. Yeah, that's spreading out also. So I think overall we've got some pretty good news to pass along, but officially we still have a tornado warning. And we'll continue to, track the storm until we get the all clear on that. Just know that with all these storms across our area, even when we sign off from that tornado warning, we will be tracking activity and passing along information, kind of a continuous stream for the next couple hours probably. You can catch us on Facebook, catch us on YouTube, your streaming platforms that you're used to. So, tornado warning says 1:15. Right now it's coming up 10 minutes to 1. I kind of doubt that the tornado warning will last that long. Weather Service is going to wait, and when they feel confident that that rotation has diminished and the tornado threat is much lower, then they'll drop that. In the meantime, if you're in Texoma, you need to be watching this one carefully. Staying alert, staying up with us here. And once again, we still think folks need to be in their safe shelter right there pretty close to the county line, the Texas County, the Cimarron County line, and also the Oklahoma-Texas state line right in there where all that comes together. That's pretty much where we have what's left of a little notch there. Wouldn't really call that a hook, a little bit of a notch there. Also where we have some broad rotation that seems to have weakened quite a bit over the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. Rain picking up now, Highway 54, Texoma, Goodwill, Guyman, up to Optima. Man, there's a lot of lightning up that way. There's going to be a lot of lightning, A lot of rain. Keep in mind there is a flood watch there, severe thunderstorm watch. And the only tornado warning we have right now is this guy right in there. Kind of a weird shape, but it's expected to kind of move on down to the east-southeast. Texoma, again, looks like we're starting to cover up with some rain and some lightning. The more intense part is back to the west. Moving away from Keys now. Boise City, you see just under the banner there, catching some rain, maybe a little bit of hail. But this would be the area that we're watching as far as, the earlier rotating area as far as the tornado warning was concerned. I'm going to let you watch that as I get some of the latest info here. Okay, still continuing our tornado warning. Getting a little bit of rotation. Okay, that's the same storm there. A little bit of weak rotation, but it's just looking less ominous to me here on radar. Guyman to Tyrone, anywhere on Highway 54, all the way to Liberal. Texoma to Liberal, plenty of rain and lightning there. Watch out for water-covered roadways. What was a pretty strong supercell coming out of Keys and Boise City. Doesn't look quite as organized, but that's where our lingering tornado warning is for a little bit longer. Back to the north here. Okay, storm on I-40. The heaviest part south of Adrian. Heavy rain coming into Vega now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't quite get down to Hereford. We're keeping an eye on that. And Fort Amarillo, again, we got a little bit of development there to the northwest. Just doesn't look like it's is severe at this time. So our main concern now is going to be our tornado warning up to the north. So once again, we always like to stay on and keep folks updated moment by moment. Sometimes it's long track tornado giving us problems. Often it's rotations on radar that don't pan out. That's been the case so far tonight. We've had 2 tornado warnings, but neither of those have really been long track confirmed tornadoes. So this is the latest now. Again, focusing between Carrick and Texoma, right in there. It's pretty much on the county line now, getting close to the state line. Remain in safe places if you're between Texoma and Carrick, and just know that there's going to be plenty of rain and straight line wind regardless of any kind of tornado threat. History of 60-mile-an-hour plus winds with this whole complex, pretty much covering up Texas County, pretty much covering up Cimarron County as that pushes off to the east-southeast. So again, just kind of a precautionary type situation. Anytime we have that tornado threat, we've seen what's happened earlier this season, or just pick out any other year. When we're dealing with tornadoes, we got to be extra cautious. So that's why we stay with the warning until that goes away. But just our experience here, and the trend has been looking better. Now, if you're in the northern part of the Texas Panhandle, that's going to be Sherman County especially. Hutchinson County, we're going to be watching these storms track in over the next, say, 30 minutes. And we've got some other issues. I want to walk us through that real quickly. Yeah, okay, so here's the latest watch box. 6 a.m., that's a severe thunderstorm watch. It does include Amarillo, by the way. That's solid severe thunderstorm warning right there. Severe thunderstorm warning here, and looks like we may have just lost our tornado warning. So let me get the latest on that. Yeah, okay. No big surprise here. The Weather Service did cancel the tornado warning up in Cimarron County. Just know that we're going to wrap up our TV coverage here for the moment. We will be tracking this big complex coming in from the northwest and the storms just to the west of Amarillo for severe potential. So be sure to catch us on our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, you know where to find us. So right now we'll leave TV and you can catch us on that stream. Stay safe, everybody. Okay. Okay, folks. So it just came off of TV, but we're going to continue to track a lot of this active weather across the region. There's a lot going on. But what I was about to do before we got that last tornado warning was look at some tower cams and check out a lot of lightning. So let's do that here. Here's downtown Amarillo looking, oops, can you take that? Okay. You'll see plenty of lightning. We do have some rain getting closer to Amarillo, and I'll show you that in detail coming up, but it doesn't look all that severe coming at Amarillo for the time being. What do we have on Bushland? Okay, there's, yeah. So that's the storm out there near Adrian. So that looks like a, here's what I'm talking about. There's the storm south of Adrian as seen from Bushland. Man, that is a frequent batch of lightning. Wouldn't surprise me if Kevin Selly's out there trying to get some pictures. We'll see about that. But anyway, it's going to be an active night. What else did we want to look at? Oh yeah, Bushland. No, we're on that. Okay. I want to show you this. Another radar that we like to use. Okay, so here we go. This is Amarillo. If you've been staying up, watching the coverage and wondering if what's going to happen for Amarillo. Well, rain chances are now up. Starting to rain around Bishop Hills. You see that? And then a little further back to the west, looks like a little more of that is heading towards the Amarillo area. So once again, if you got the NewsChannel 10 phone app, it'll start telling you about lightning nearby. And goodness, here. Here's why. Is shot from, whoa, okay. I think we just blew, there we go. A lot of lightning visible just to the west of Amarillo. Okay, but the core of that is now kind of southwest of Vega. If there's any hail, that's where it is on this one. So hopefully you see the rain coming towards the city, but not the core of that. Let's take you up to the north here. Little boundary. Okay. Yeah, look at all that rain. That's the northern part of the area. Zoom out. And we'll see a little better here. There we go. Just have to be left-handed on the mouse here. Okay, so that's what's taking place close to Amarillo. No tornadoes in there. Up to the north, and this is what's going to be the active area next few hours, which is upper level disturbance from Colorado. So now we have, instead of, you know, the little individual storms like we have out by Adrian, really starting to develop a big cluster, a complex of storms. And that whole area, I think, is going to track from northwest to southeast. And just, you know, I think the tornado threat goes down, but the wind threat may go up there. So right now we're getting heavy rain around Boise City, approaching Stratford, getting into Guyman right now, up towards Liberal, and approaching Perryton. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, the yellow box there. And that's mainly for wind. That could be, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. So if you live in Perryton, or take a look at Beaver. Yeah, Beaver, you're getting the wind right now, but the heavy rain is about to spread in. It's going to come down to how fast that stuff can blow on through. And then we pick this up here on I-40. Storm south of Adrian now. Approaching Sims. Rain now in Vega. Starting to approach Wildorado. Getting close there at Bushland. Looks like it's pushed south of Boys Ranch already, near Valley de Oro. And then we'll pick it up here. I'm going to go to a different radar. Okay, once again, just have some light to moderate rain right there in the northwest corner of the city. It is not severe. There will be lightning, but that's about it. Now there's some heavier rain back to the northwest that may get into part of the city. But I think we may get off kind of easy and miss the hail core, which you see there south of Adrian. That's pushing down to the southeast. So maybe more like Umbarger, Dawn, Hereford. We'll see if that holds its intensity as it moves that way. Okay, back on this system here. We'll go up and check on. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the area that prompted that last tornado warning. But it really looks like it's just turning into more rain and wind. And we're not seeing those individual supercells, turning more into that complex that we talked about. So yeah, that rain spreading into Beaver County now, most of Texas County, and also getting closer to Conlin, Stratford, eventually Groover, Spearman. Perryton, got a little development that's just going to fill in, it looks like. And also down towards Canadian, you see a little blip there developing. Certainly not severe, but look what that's going to be followed up by, all that rain. That's why we've got the flood watch in effect. Let me run you through those advisories also. Yeah, so we got all that rain coming in from the northwest. Okay, so severe thunderstorm watch until 6 a.m. if the storms last that long. If you take away the severe thunderstorm watch, we've got this flood watch. This would be the eastern half of the area overnight, and it's just for steady or repetitive rainfall. No tornado warnings right now, but all the golden yellow boxes, we've got 3 of them there. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings, and mainly for wind. I'm going to look at, this storm, the one that's pushed south of Adrian, that probably going to have some hail there, although it looks like that's diminished. Let's go with quarter-size hail between Vega and Hereford, just really off to the west of Highway 385. It is raining west side of Amarillo, but not severe. I'll come back and look at that here in a few moments. And then we have these severe areas, a little bit of hail scattered around, but I think we're looking at the nickel variety. That's going to be near Boise City, near Carrick, and maybe near Texoma. Guyman, just good old rainfall, really. And then we follow that out to Adams and Liberal. That's mainly rain. But embedded in there are going to be pockets of wind in excess of 60 miles per hour. So we're tracking that. Looking at the wind right now, we got winds, sustained 30 around Dalhart, which is pretty significant. I'm going to pull some wind gusts up. We'll see what those look like. Where are my wind and gusts? Here we go. Okay, Dalhart's, we get some pretty strong wind gusts in there. And these are just the reporting stations. So, around some storms that aren't near one of the cities, the wind could be stronger. But Dalhart and Liberal already 46, 47 mile an hour wind gusts in there, so pretty significant. Okay, here's a look from Amarillo. Rain again around Bishop Hills and pretty much up and down the west loop. So it looks like around Helium Road, I-40 and Helium, we're starting to get some rain. Out near Wildcat Bluff and the Wild West Wildlife Rehab Center, get some rain out that way. There will be lightning, and the rain might even be heavy at times. Looks like there's more of that, coming from the northwest. Rain chances picking up a little bit for Amarillo, but it looks like the intensity is staying below severe levels. Good news there. Okay, let's, and we'll come back and revisit this. I will say that, if there's going to be any hail, about the only thing I'm seeing is this area here, southwest of Vega, south of Adrian, and it's well north of Hereford so far. See a little outflow boundary right in here. That's going to be some of that strong wind we talked about. So 50, 60 mile per hour wind is going to be possible there. Let's take a look at, get over to our system here. And by the way, even though we've had 2 tornado warnings, but I don't know of any confirmed tornadoes. We don't have any warnings right now. In fact, I think the threat, the risk of that is going down as we get into the evening. This could be more of like an organized big blob of rain with heavy pockets mixed in across the north. Still getting some of that rain around Boise City and Keys. And rapidly pushing down towards Stratford. I think wind is going to be the main problem there. And I want to look at some wind here. Show you what I'm tracking. So it looks like we may have some strong winds south of Adrian. Let's go up to the north here. Looks like quite a bit of wind between Guyman and Hooker and north of or southeast of Keys. So what we're looking at is just how the wind is blowing. So I'm going to circle some areas that I think the wind is pretty strong. Fairly strong there back to the northwest of Texoma. It looks like Highway 54, Guyman to Hooker, this area here, that may have some pretty strong straight line winds. And let me move. That's about all I'm seeing so far. Okay, we'll come back and track the rain near Amarillo, see what's happening here. It's just picking up a little bit, and not for the entire city. It does look like we have maybe a little shot of some wind here on this boundary coming in from the north. We'll keep an eye on that. Of course, we're looking at right in here. So the rain's spreading in. Oh, let's see. Looks like maybe Tascosa Country Club. Looks like probably, the Woodlands. Those areas. Oh, there's the latest scan. Yeah, it shows the rain picking up. That's going to be on, like I said, around Wildcat Bluff. The northwest loop looks like it is getting down around I-40. let's say Coulter, Sauncey, and Helium. But this area is picking up a little bit and kind of moving into the east. So once again, for Amarillo, we'll get some lightning. We will get some rain. But so far, we're avoiding that hail threat. Let's take a look. Here's live downtown. Okay, lightning coming on in. So once again, if you have the News Channel 10 phone app, probably going to get some notifications that lightning is getting close. Maybe some heavy rain. So this area up to the northwest, that's going to be around Valley de Oro and the Canadian River. Motion on that down to the southeast. So some of that's kind of headed towards the city, but not a tornadic threat. Oh, I was on the wrong radar. Punch that up. Yeah, what I meant to show you was here's northwest Amarillo getting some rain. Right here's around the Canadian River. And it looks like the trend is for that to come on down to the southeast. So I think our rain chances are looking better for Amarillo. Hopefully we stay out of the severe stuff. Still looking fairly strong between Vega and Hereford. Vega's still in the rain. Right in there. Still might have some nickel-size hail there. I'm going to let you look at some lightning in Amarillo while I get some latest information. All right. Okay, so I got the latest trend here for you. And there's some of the winds that we just looked at. Some gusts over 45 miles per hour for Dalhart. And that's just where regular reporting stations are. We're going to back up and look at, okay, there's the Oklahoma Panhandle. Getting better, Boise City, but about to move to Stratford. Texoma getting in on some rain now. We'll be watching for some 60-mile-an-hour winds there around Stratford. Still, perhaps a little bit of hail south of Boise City. If you're in Guyman, it's just heavy rain and lightning. Now, here we go, looking at the wide picture. Got two clusters now. We're organizing very well across the north, the Oklahoma Panhandle, northern Texas Panhandle, as those storms make progress down to the south. And we still got the cluster near Amarillo, Vega, and Hereford that's holding on. It's doing pretty well. So keep in mind we have a flood watch in the east and a severe thunderstorm watch until 6 across almost all of the area. All right, changing weather systems here for you. Okay. Let's take a look at this here. Okay. So once again, it looks like our friends in Keys are going to continue to get some rain. Boise City looks like we're about wrapping up. But it's not going to take long for Stratford to become completely involved, already getting some wind. Heavy rain. Rain picking up. Guyman, steady rain, but now we're looking at places like Groover, Spearman to Perryton. Highway 15 about to be overtaken, it looks like, by the heavy rain. And latest info I had were these storms, coming into Liberal and approaching Perryton. They don't look all that intense as far as hail, but they could be putting out winds over 60 miles per hour. So that's why we're continuing to monitor those guys. Still got that big old severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Beaver, Perryton, Lipscomb, and Follett. But that's the main reason, because of the wind. Okay, dropping on down to the south. Okay, looks like we might finally be losing a little bit of intensity And the storms there from Vega down to the south, at least for the time being. Notice the purple dropping out, a little bit anyway. So that's now heavy rain with less of a hail threat as that crosses 385. It is still on line to probably approach Hereford, Dawn, and Umbarger. Amarillo just catching a little bit of that rain so far from the northwest, and we'll look at that a little better here on this radar. Yeah, just a little bit of rain there on the west side. Generally I-40 north up towards Bishop Hills. Nothing severe, just some lightning. There's more rain trying to work down from the north there, coming down from the Canadian. We'll just have to wait and see how that tracks. So rain in part of Amarillo, and I'll let you watch some lightning here on the downtown camera while I get some latest info. All right, and while we're at it, here's a shot from Bushland, where we've seen a lot of lightning, still are there. So that's the storm on I-40 now. That's around Wildorado and then to Vega. So there's, yeah, mercy. There's a lot of lightning out that way. Good news is I think the hail threat has dropped off there between Vega and Hereford. Probably some small hail, but probably not damaging. All right, shot from Amarillo, some more lightning, getting close. Again, we're not really anticipating severe weather out of this first batch of storms near the city. I can hear a little bit of rain here at News Channel 10 on the north side. And that's, show you what we're tracking there. So we got this right here. This would be what I hear at News Channel 10. This, again, is going to be from, let's see, places like Westcliff, Quail Creek, Bishop Hills, the Woodlands. Getting some just, moderate rainfall, really. That goes down to about I-40. Now this batch looks like it's trying to make its way down towards Rolling Hills. Certainly. More rain for Bishop Hills and Eagle Tree. And then, this batch here is pretty decent rainfall. It's come down from the Canadian River area. So we'll continue to monitor that, but the rain really picks up out around Vega, down Highway 385, north of Hereford. Now this is, I think we're going to have some pretty good wind in this area here. So that's going to fire down towards Hereford, Dawn, and Umbarger on Highway 60. About to catch some pretty good rain. There's, see an outflow right there. Probably some pretty strong winds. So don't be surprised if you hear the wind getting up if you're down towards Hereford. There's another shot from Amarillo. Let's just make it. Yeah, there's some lightning. Really seeing it from Bushland. A lot of lightning there. That's showing just south of I-40, Wildorado area. Come back to Amarillo. So here we go. It looks like rain's starting to develop around the west side and north side of Amarillo, right in here. Heaviest is going to be around Bishop Hills and Eagle Tree, down about Wildcat Bluff, this area. But yeah, like I said, it looks like at least some of that's trying to come our way. Let me check wind velocity. Okay. Looks fairly tame coming in so far. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay. Better look at the rest of the area now. See what we have. Here's what we just looked at on that other radar system. Again, hail potential down a little bit. We're going to watch that, though, as it approaches Hereford and Dawn. Hail potential looks pretty low for Amarillo. Mainly lightning and rain. Okay. Here's the hail potential up a little bit now. This is the storm south of Boise City. If you're in Boise City and Keys, yeah, I think things are looking a little better. But we have a severe thunderstorm warning there that's going to take that purple splotch back to the west of Carrick, down to the southeast. I'm hearing thunder at News Channel 10, so once again, I'd be ready for your phone app. To let you know that lightning has been detected near you. That's what the News Channel, the First Alert Weather app does, give you information like that. Often that's the first indication I have if I'm not really, tuned into radar. My phone will go off and it'll tell me that lightning's nearby or heavy precipitation, and then I can really tune in and track. So right, we're just seeing now, southern part of Cimarron County getting into the Dallam and Sherman County. This is the rain coming into Stratford with gusty winds, and right there on the state line or back to the west of Carrick, we might be looking at some quarter-size hail. Let's check in on our friends at Guyman. Just a little moderate rainfall. Texoma getting some pretty heavy rainfall, some gusty winds. Stratford, looks like it's just now coming on in. You might have it a while, and we're watching some of the hail back to the northwest, so maybe tracking down towards Stratford. Again, Groover, Spearman, knocking on the door. Perryton, been in a little bit of rain so far. Beaver, it's pretty heavy rainfall, and that's where we think there might be some pretty good wind around Elmwood, approaching Perryton, the northeast part of our area. Coming on down towards Canadian, maybe some sprinkles. If you're in Borger, Pampa, just nothing yet. We're waiting on that complex to build down and see what that has for you. You see Amarillo, rain getting a little closer. Change radars. See that a little better. Not much has really changed. Some light rain on the west side. Some rain now for Pleasant Valley, out close to River Road. Bishop Hills, Eagle Tree. Looks like the rain picking up there a little bit, but I wouldn't anticipate hail. Might be some gusty winds, some lightning in there. Certainly not seeing any tornadic activity. Let me get you caught up on our advisories. Okay, so we have severe thunderstorm watch until 6 for those counties. Flood watch for the eastern half of the area. This is all night. We're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the one, am I on the, oh, I didn't take it. Okay, let me back up a little bit. I wish I had a nickel for every time I did that. Here's a severe thunderstorm watch until 6. I meant to show you that when I talked about it. The yellow areas, those are the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have. So the one north of Dalhart, the one around Perryton, Beaver, and Lipscomb. Flood watch for the eastern half of the area. Disturbance up to the north. We're watching those storms. and then the isolated storms out ahead. Okay, so that kind of gives you a broad view of how storms are moving from northwest down to the southeast. I think the tornado risk is low, although, you know, like we've seen, we've had a couple little warnings here and there. That may continue, although I think it's a kind of a long shot. Hail potential seems to be dropping a little bit, but not completely out of the question. So we're mainly down to heavy rain and some wind. So again, here's a quick update just for Amarillo. Rain really picking up now in the northwest. Bishop Hills, down Soncy and down Helium, down the loop, about I-40, but it is starting to develop across the south right in here. And all of this is rain that's coming towards the city. But it doesn't look like we're going to catch hail. I think maybe power outages, about the only thing we need to be concerned about in the Amarillo area. So here's a shot of the storms in motion. Northwest, southeast. There's one severe thunderstorm warning approaching Stratford. And then the other one is a big chunk of Beaver County approaching Perryton and Lipscomb. That's where a straight wind is going to be the main concern there. Okay, shot from Amarillo. Watch the lightning come on into the city here. Okay, just looking at some of the latest. Really looks like the main concern for Amarillo. Lightning and some gusty wind. That's about it. We'll track some of this here at Bushland, where it is raining a little bit right now. There's that intense lightning. Yep, quite a bit of that. Rain is picking up on the northwest side of Amarillo. There we go. So quite a bit of lightning, and I imagine you'll start to get more notifications of that. But other than that, we're getting off pretty easy, I think, for the city area. We'll take a look at wind velocity. Yeah, you know, just good old thunderstorm winds. I don't think it looks all that severe. There we go. Yeah, the heaviest part of this is losing some intensity as it approaches Hereford. Let's get out there and take a look at that. Yeah, that's just, you know, you notice you don't see any yellow boxes. We don't have severe warnings, but there's, yeah, some rain, some gusty wind, but below severe intensity. So that's good news. If you're in Hereford, get ready for some heavy rain, some of that lightning I talked about. But hopefully you'll just get some good rain out of the deal. You notice Amarillo. Yep. Starting to see a little more rain move into the city from the northwest to the southeast, and developing a little bit down to the south also. But, you know, just to put you at ease, no tornadoes. Don't have any warnings for the Amarillo area. So we'll come back as it develops a little further. So here's one severe thunderstorm warning, and it's still pretty stout there. That's going to be on the west edge of that complex. So now we're looking at the state line south of Boise City, around Carrick, around Stratford and Conlin. Maybe some rain. Nickel quarter-size hail, kind of in isolated areas, might be a possibility. We lose a little punch out towards Guyman, Groover, and Spearman for the time being. That's just sub-severe rain. And then we have the cluster in Beaver County. City of Beaver, Elmwood, Bryan's Corner, looks like. Just good solid rain. That's going to move out to Elmwood, slap out. It's going to be moving into Lipscomb County, Ochiltree County, Hansford County over the next hour or so. I'm just looking at some info. Okay. It's all good. No tornadoes out there at the time being. Kind of a weird night in August. Talked about that. It's kind of unusual to have severe storms going late at night. This time of year. Okay, here we are. At the moment, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning, which is the least we've had. It's that one up around Stratford. So we're looking at maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter-size hail, as that pushes down to the southeast. It's been an active night at Boise City and Keys. Looks like things probably winding down for you there. But picking up, coming down into the northern part of Dallam County, north of Dalhart, but around Conlin and Stratford, Groover, rain picking up, but really, it doesn't look horrible. The only place I think we might see some hail there is really northwest of Stratford, and that doesn't look all that intense. If your phone is telling you the lightning's nearby in Amarillo, I'll show you what we're tracking here. Not severe, certainly not tornadic, but I'll draw kind of the city limits area of Amarillo. Of course, NewsChannel 10 right about here. And then we pick up Amarillo. Okay, I'm hearing thunder now. So this is kind of the loop area. So yeah, we got pretty heavy rain now. Bishop Hills, coming into the Woodlands, coming into Quail Creek, West Cliff, Eagle Tree. Looks like River Road, Pleasant Valley, Rolling Hills, starting to get into some of that rainfall. But then, let's see. So here's Helium, and then Hollywood. Here's Soncy, and I-40 right in here. So looks like some pretty heavy rain around the hospitals. We're about to come on in there, but not severe. Just looks like lightning is going to be a problem there. Again, I think for Amarillo, when with the lightning, you can't rule out a power outage. But looks like the wind is going to stay pretty well behaved, and no tornadic activity. It's good. Let's take a look at the rest of the area. There's our severe warning, which is the only one we have right now. Coming out of Cimarron County into the northern part of Dallam, northern part of Sherman County. Looks like Stratford, Conlin, probably going to catch the strongest part of this. And 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail. Other than that, everything is below severe intensity, which we, of course, love to hear. And no tornadic activity. We have been watching some tower cameras. Let's see what it looks like from Bushland now. It continues to be a very electric event. There's some lightning. That's really storm nearing Hereford from Amarillo. We're looking back to the northwest. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of lightning. That's heavy rain out around Bishop Hills right now. Spreading on in. I don't think we're going to see a big hail in Amarillo, and we're not anticipating a tornado threat. But I am hearing a lot of thunder and seeing a lot of lightning here, so you can bet that will spark some interest. And, you know, once again, to reiterate, we're going to track activity through here, you know, till things die down a little bit later on. So here's Amarillo. Again, I'll draw the loop. The northwest loop is right here. And I-40 in here. So we got, you know, some light rain across the south. But looks like this heavy spot is going to come in from the northwest. Yeah, making a little indentation into northwest Amarillo. And, you know, that's getting closer to places like San Jacinto, Northern Heights, and even downtown. Meanwhile, we've got rain on the west getting into Soncy and Coulter. I think it's just going to kind of fill in. Heaviest, I think, is going to be the northwest quadrant of the city. Looks like it's maybe starting to shrink just a little bit there. And then picking it up here. Yeah, the rain's about to move on into Hereford now. Might be kind of gusty, but notice we don't have warnings there. So that's just rain, a little bit of lightning. By far, that's the strongest spot we have right there, and that's the only warning we have. Storms coming into Conlin and Stratford. A little closer. Texoma catching good rain, Goodwill, Guyman, moderate rainfall. But really, you know, just looks like maybe some nickel quarter-size hail not too far from Stratford, and maybe some winds gusting over 50, 60 miles per hour. Sounds like the wind picking up a little bit here in Amarillo as the storm comes in. The storm appears to be here's some pretty good rain on the rooftop here. So that's going to be in this area right here. Heaviest rain now around Ross Rogers Golf Course. Okay, and then let's see, yeah, looks like Rolling Hills, Bishop Hills still getting most of it. Everything else south and west Amarillo is just kind of light to moderate rainfall. Probably a couple rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning, a little bit of rain. That's probably going to do it for the city. Bring you out a little bit. Okay. Have one severe thunderstorm warning That's set to go till 2:15, by the way, depending on how long it holds that intensity. So if you're around Conlon, Stratford, Texoma, it's going to be loud. A lot of thunder. And by the way, we haven't had tornado warnings for quite a while. And what we've had are just some brief rotations on radar that haven't really panned out to be real strong tornado events. All right, let's see, latest image there. Stratford, heavy rain now. Still might be picking up a little bit of hail. It doesn't look giant, that's good. Still raining back up Highway 54, all the way from Conlon to Liberal. I mean, okay, rain now getting into Groover, about to hit Spearman. Perryton, looks like you're starting to get in on some of that. If not, hang in there. Balco and Elmwood, City of Beaver. That's good rainfall. That's moving rapidly down to the southeast there, so won't take long at all for that to hit Booker, Darrozette, Follett, and then kind of move into Lipscomb County. And once again, the only severe warning we have is that guy, Conlon to mainly Stratford. For Amarillo, if you're just finding our stream and wondering what's up, well, getting a little bit of rain, some thunder and lightning, but it looks like we won't see severe weather in Amarillo, at least not from this batch. Might have to watch stuff later on tonight, kind of check the intensity, but all right. By the way, we track that Stratford storm. If it keeps on that track, that trajectory, we'll be looking at some rain around Cactus, maybe down towards Dumas and Stinnett, Lake Meredith in time. Thundering now, North Amarillo. See if I got any. Yeah, the trend over the last 20 minutes has been good. It's been downtrending as far as intensity. After having several different warnings, we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning near Conlon and Stratford on Highway 54, where there could be a little bit of hail. But even that looks like it may be trending down a little bit, which is good. We're also concerned about strong straight line winds, and we'll see pockets of that, but once again, things are looking a little better. Okay, if you're waking up or wanting information for Amarillo, no problems. We've got some rain. It's mainly the northern half now. little bit of developed down to the southeast also. Let me show you what's going on. Look at this batch across the north. Here is I-40, by the way. Yeah, getting thunder where I am. A little bit of rain popped up over downtown. That's heading off to the east, out towards Grand Street. And then we got this little batch there, kind of the southeastern part, down by the southeastern loop down there on Osage, that area. Lake Tanglewood getting some rain, but it's not pushing away from us now. There's the rain coming into Hereford now. A lot of lightning, a lot more lightning down that way. So it might be kind of noisy, but looks like the hail threat down there. So let's come back, show you the last release. The remaining severe thunderstorm is this guy around Stratford and Conlin. Trend has been down a little bit there. So what we'll do is we're going to watch this complex. Yeah, it's all going to push this way. So the northeastern part of the area is where the action is going to be as we get later on into the evening. So that's why we have our severe thunderstorm watch. It goes until 6 a.m. Notice we only have that one yellow box up there. That's the only severe warning we have at the moment. It's good news there. All right, back to Amarillo, latest. Yeah. Just some rain, some lightning. Some down out of the southeast, moving away. Lake Tanglewood getting some of that. And then right now north of I-40, we got this rain. Looks like it's diminishing, but get that for a few more minutes and we'll be in good shape. Okay. All right, new frame here. That one heavy pocket there, Conlin to Stratford. Severe thunderstorm warning set to go until 2:15. Let me check on any reports we have there. Stay with me. Okay, most of the talk is about some gusty winds. It's kind of what we expected there. Okay. Can hear the wind kicking up a little bit. You know, get some rain-cooled air out of these storms, and it's kind of like dropping a water balloon. When it hits, it spreads out, creates that turbulent wind. Okay. Had some rain for the city. Right now it's I-40 north. We have some rain, and then looks like down Grand Street and Eastern Street in the southeast. So the Oakdale area. A little bit of rain, but fading pretty quickly, and it just doesn't look like we're going to have any problems there. Hereford getting into some rainfall. I'll show you that a little better here. Yeah. Canyon, by the way, getting a little bit of light rain, light to moderate rainfall. So that storm from Hereford is going to push on down to the south towards Dimmitt and Nazareth, but in a weakened state, it looks like. Overall, the trend has been for these individual, very strong storms kind of spread out into more of an area of general rainfall. Still got some, gusty winds in there. If you're in Dumas and Morse, Pringle, Cactus, we'll be watching these storms as they kind of move your direction. Probably just going to be good rain and some very gusty winds. We haven't had tornadic activity. We don't really expect that. I think the chance of that quickly winding down. And by the way, we could have some more storms tomorrow evening. A little bit earlier, I think, but we could have some storms. What an unusual summer it has been to have, frequent rain, below normal temperatures. We should stay in the 80s, I think, tomorrow. Middle part of next week, though, we're going to have to watch. May finally get up there hitting 100 some spots, even Amarillo. We'll see about that. Okay, I think I got a pretty cool boundary to show you here. Yep, I do. Okay, change radars. Let me show you. Storms that are up around Stratford and Dalhart. See this rain-cooled air. It's kind of like a little cold front spreading out. So that'll be pushed. Looks like a little new development there, not too far from Dalhart. Back in here. Sometimes that's what happens on those outflow boundaries. They produce or help to generate new storms. We'll just see about that. Okay, looking down, there's Stratford. That storm weakening a little bit. Watch out for some of that wind heading down towards Dalhart and Cactus. A lot of lightning in Hereford, in and around Hereford. What am I on here? Uh-oh. I think my deck crashed on me. Uh-oh. All right, folks, stand by. I've got to do some resetting. Can I? Okay, got some late night technical issues here. Taking care of those. I want to point out the last update we've had. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. A storm coming out of Stratford that has dropped about 2 inches of rain already. And some winds about 60 miles per hour. Stratford, southward, Cactus and Adumas. We do expect some strong wind. And maybe some quarter-size hail around Cactus. Wanted to point out that in Amarillo, we're getting some winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, even though the little storm we had is long gone. It's pushed down to the south through Amarillo and through Canyon, through Hereford. Behind that, we've picked up some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So, it's just one of those nights that we're going to have a lot of gusty winds. Haven't had tornado warnings as of late. In fact, been a couple hours there, I believe, at least an hour. But we're still going to have pockets of heavy rain, strong straight line winds, and perhaps a little hail. I'll bring you back to this other storm here. You see this one, guys, just south of Booker, south of Derazette. That storm has picked up some intensity. That's going to approach Lipscomb, looks like, this hour. And once again, it could have some quarter-size hail, maybe some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. But for the moment, the only warning we have is for this guy. I just want to point out that things will be getting better in Stratford rapidly. But around Cactus, pretty stout storm. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Dumas, you're going to catch some of the wind and probably some of the rain. It doesn't look like it's going to be a hail core coming right at the city, nor does it look like you're going to be tornadic there. But once again, some strong straight line winds are going to be the story with these storms pushing on down to the south. All right. Pull out just a little bit here. We'll take a look, kind of give you a synopsis of what's going on. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch still set to go until 6 a.m. That's going to depend on how fast the storms either move out of the area or die down. I really only have that one severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for parts of Sherman, Hansford, and Moore counties there. Not to forget, we have a flood warning. The big picture, flood watch that is, big picture is a disturbance causing storms to move from northwest to southeast across the area. Conditions still favorable, even at this hour, for strong updrafts, strong straight line winds, certainly, damaging straight line winds, and still some hail possible here and there. Now, for Amarillo, we've had one cluster of storms affect us, but we got off kind of easy. The southern storms you see down close to Hereford and getting closer to, I guess, Nazareth, below severe intensity. They've kicked up some wind, but we don't have any warnings there. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning, set to go until 3 a.m. And that's the storm that's come out of Stratford with a couple of inches of rain in a short amount of time. It still has some hail potential, although I think the main threat is really some strong straight line wind. I'll look at that on a different radar as I pull that up here really quickly. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here's a different radar display, and this is the outflow that I think is going to be some pretty strong wind coming into Dumas right now. So if you're getting awakened by the storm up in Dumas, it's not a tornadic threat, but it's a big blast of straight wind. Flip this over to, we'll take a look at the wind velocity. Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of wind coming into Cactus, Sunray, and Dumas. Right in here, the same outflow I was talking about. This is going to be some very strong wind, probably 60, 70 miles per hour. So that's going to rip across Cactus, Sunray, and Dumas here within the next 30 minutes. Wouldn't surprise me at all to have a 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with that outflow as it comes across those areas. Could also be some quarter ping pong ball size hail, Cactus to Sunray. Let me animate this. Yeah, that's pushing on down to the southeast. So Dumas, you may miss out on the heavy rain and the hail. Looks like you will get the wind and then some moderate rainfall developing back behind that. The other storm that's pretty intense is this guy over by Lipscomb. You know, there could be some nickel-size hail there, maybe quarters. Some more wind as that comes across the Lipscomb area. If you're in Perryton, Booker, Follette, probably just some gusty winds, a lot of rain, and quite a bit of lightning. Let me take you over to this guy here. All right. Things are looking better at Guyman and Beaver County. Since those storms are picking up a little speed, pushing down to the southeast. So that's good news there. They'll be pushing out of the areas a little faster. It also slows down the flooding risk. Since their storms are moving more rapidly, they don't sit over the same spot and drop as much rainfall. So some good news certainly there. Okay, main show. Our main threat right now is that storm there, Cactus to Sunray and Dumas with some potent straight line winds. Could be some damaging winds. You know, tree branches could be blown. It could be some power outages with that kind of wind as well. So that's our main concern. Again, Dumas, Cactus to Sunray. We'll also throw in Morse, Pringle, Stinnett, possibly in time. As the storm gets closer, might be kicking up the wind. And if you're in Borger, Lake Meredith, Pampa, we'll just kind of watch this next hour or so and see how it tracks. And for Amarillo, it just kind of comes down to if any more storms develop along that outflow boundary around Dumas. Let's take a look at some winds, some wind gusts. Oh, I need to be on one. Yeah. All right, lost my clicker. Maybe I didn't. There it is. Okay, clicker getting away from me there. I wanted to look at some wind. Here we go. So yeah, wind's kicking up over 30, and as mentioned, we had some gusts even over 50 miles per hour here for Amarillo within the last 15, 20 minutes. So that's kind of noisy out there, and again, could blow some stuff around, tree branches, or even give some power outages. So the storms on the southern flank the storms south of Amarillo have weakened a little bit. Some good news there. Put that into motion here. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, the storms that have come through Amarillo, near Hereford, Tulia, those are winding down rapidly. So our focus now, say the next hour or so, is going to be in this area. So Canadian, be on standby. You've got a pretty strong storm just to your north right now. Dumas, looks like you can catch a little bit of that, but get some wind out of the deal. Yeah. You can see the echoes moving faster than they were earlier tonight, so that reduces the flood potential, but sometimes it kind of adds to the wind potential. Take you over here to this Lipscomb County storm. And looks like we might have a hail spot there approaching Lipscomb. We don't have a warning on that storm, at least not yet. But it's pretty heavy rainfall around Follette. We've had rain at Booker and Darrozette, and we got a little more on the way. But that leading edge there around Lipscomb, let's say we might have some nickel-size hail anyway. For Canadian, it looks like that's staying up to your north for now and moving over a little more really towards Glacier and Higgins. This is some new development you see. It's going to be around Spearman and back to the northwest of Miami. But the only severe thunderstorm we have right now is this guy. And that goes until 3:15. Again, Dumas picking up some wind. Main thrust has gone through Cactus, so down the road, so to speak, we'll be looking at Stinnett, maybe Borger and Fritch, Lake Meredith area. We'll see what those storms do as they get down that way. So just be on standby for rough storms, a lot of wind, and perhaps some hail. So let's take a look. What do we got? Yeah, I know what we need to do. Let's take a look. Yep. Here's a shot out of Lake Meredith as the storms kind of get closer. It's kind of the same situation as earlier where we have almost continuous lightning coming that way. Okay. Okay. So once again, if you're just finding us for information, we're tracking a lot of storms and really looking at more of a wind threat than anything else. And that's what we're seeing. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one over at Lipscomb is the one we talked about earlier. This guy right here. So we're looking at winds, maybe 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail there just to the west of Lipscomb and pushing east-southeast. So that's a pretty good hail core, pretty good wind core, and we still have the storm that's around Dumas, a lot of wind with that. This one may be kicking up winds higher than 70 miles per hour. So that's pretty much gone through Cactus. Leading edge has gone through Dumas, but that's going to be racing out pretty quickly towards Morse and Pringle and Stinnett. Once again, Lake Meredith area, we're going to keep an eye on that. That's where we see all that lightning as the storms approach, but the wind is kind of aimed to that direction, so Fritch, Sanford, Borger, we're going to be watching that. 2 severe thunderstorms in progress. So Amarillo has had some activity, mainly, some light moderate rain, a little heavier out towards Bishop Hills, quite a bit of wind. You see that first storm there, though, as it pushes south away from Amarillo, it's weakening pretty rapidly. So now it's up to the north. Storm coming into Moore County, or through Moore County right now. Dumas, Like your chances of rain getting a little better there. Some lightning, but unfortunately that's where we're getting a lot of the wind, and that storm's kind of racing towards Sunray, or through Sunray, with maybe some nickel-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds or higher. And then Morse, Pringle, Stinnett, Lake Meredith. Looks like that's coming your way. And just one more time, if you look at the lightning, that's looking back to the northwest of the lake. Every now and then you see the reflection of the lake there. That's pretty cool. Very electrified storm. You see kind of a roll cloud there, or shelf cloud. That's kind of the wind, the leading edge of the wind, the outflow we call it. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Okay, seen a lot of indications of outflow. Here's an outflow boundary pushing through Dumas. Really think we're going to have a lot of wind there. So that'll be pushing down towards Masterson. And really, Fritz, Borger, and Stinnett. You see, here's another outflow right there. Wind pushing rapidly from the north. So, again, you know, it's going to get loud and windy, and wind's going to howl for a while. I took a look at the wind velocity product. Yeah, man. This is some very strong wind through Sunray and Dumas right now. I mean, that's, you know, some 70, 80s wouldn't surprise me there. So wind damage certainly going to be possible with that severe storm around Dumas and Sunray. Not quite as intense for our storm approaching Stinnett from the north, but pretty breezy there. And then let's take a look. Yes, Amarillo looking a lot better, but yeah, this is a big wind situation right on through here. Yeah, that could peel some shingles and knock some trees down, fences. Again, especially, wow, you see, man, Dumas to Sunray just really getting ripped by the wind, I would assume at this point. Here we are back on regular radar. Yeah, the storm's moving pretty rapidly, so it's not going to take long to blast on into the lake area. And I do see a little development back right behind the outflow boundary, which is common. So around Dumas now, you're getting the rain, the lightning, and a lot of wind. Got these cells developing back towards Dalhart in here. And you have to watch that as those pushing down to the southeast. That might be something that could affect Amarillo in time if it holds together and tracks well. What's going on here? Here we go. Now things are settling down now for Stratford and Dalhart after a lot of rain and wind. Rain mainly in Dalhart, a couple inches there. I mean in Stratford, a couple inches at Stratford. Dalhart hasn't had as much rain, but some wind and some lightning. We'll take you over to our Lipscomb County storm, see what it's up to. Still looks like some hail around and south of Lipscomb. It's going to be racing down to the southeast, it looks like. Canadian, that core is staying to your north. Still looks like you're in line to catch some rain and probably some wind, 50 miles per hour or so. Rain developing towards you. The hail core, though, is staying up to the north there on 305, really around and south of Lipscomb. Zeroing in here, Higgins might be in line to catch some of that hail there. Dumas, a lot of wind, some rain and lightning. Cactus, things will be getting better after that big wind. Looks like Sunray kind of ground zero now for the wind anyway, and maybe some hail. Hail probably pushing off to the east. Dumas, seeing rain and lightning. Some of that wind coming your way also. Looks like the worst of that probably going through. So really kind of setting our sights on Pringles, Stinnett, and Lake Meredith. Get some of that wind. Let's see here. That's looking live from Lake Meredith back to the northwest as the storms approach. Okay, it's got a report of a 60-mile-an-hour wind at Dumas, as we kind of expected. So I'll bring it back over to radar here. Yeah. So this is what we've been kind of tracking, and I've been pointing out here. Is yeah, that's severe thunderstorm warning for Moore County, good part of Hutchinson County, southern part of Hansford County, and even a little sliver there of Sherman County. Could be some quarter-size hail, but the main problem with these guys is they are putting out that straight line wind. And it won't take long to blast down to Stinnett, Borger, and Fritch. So time to act accordingly. Hopefully you've already secured anything that could blow into somebody else's house. Of course, what you won't be able to control is whether or not there's wind that disrupts the power grid. Could have some power outages. There could definitely be branches flying around, shingles off, trash cans blowing around. The wind looks, it's kind of brief but intense. And that's what we'll be shooting out to Stinnett, Fritch, Borger within 20, 30 minutes anyway. What else is going on? Well, just got some good old rain up in Beaver County there. Perryton, you got some more moderate rain coming your way, but probably not much else. Lipscomb, we still got the hail core just to your south. Heavy rain and some gusty winds. Severe thunderstorm warning up there in Lipscomb in the northeast part of Hemphill County. Rain is developing down to Glacier and Higgins. That didn't take long. It'll be picking up. Lake Marvin's starting to get some rain also. All right, what about Amarillo? Well, we had that we got grazed earlier. I'm just going to show you that we'll be watching up to the north, of course. If we get any additional development there around Channing, might be able to get some more rain down towards us. Right now, just kind of wait and see attitude. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there. All right, Pringle and Stinnett. Probably Borger and Fritch. Time to brace for some strong straight line winds as the severe storm pushes southeast. We haven't had any tornadic activity as of late. Earlier this evening, we had some rotations on radar that turned out to be pretty innocuous. As far as I know, I haven't heard any reports of activity. Those were pretty rural rotations. But man, you gotta check out this light that's approaching the lake. This is kind of intensified. That's just nearly continuous, lighting up the sky. I mean, look at that. That's impressive. So, of course, it also kind of increases the risk of, power outages due to all that lightning. Okay. But our main threat still here is this wind, and this is still pretty impressive. This area right here. That's just a lot of wind south of Sunray and Dumas, where we had 60-mile-an-hour winds reported. That surge right there is headed towards Fritch, the lake, and Borger. So severe thunderstorm warning, and that will probably be extended further southeast in time. Show you this on radar. Our reflectivity and our boundaries here. This one's not quite as strong around Stinnett, but this one sure is. So that's where the wind is just kind of falling and shooting out ahead of the storms, but in a mighty way. So Amarillo right now, kind of in between activity. This is what we had earlier, where we got a little bit of rain in the city, a little more in the northwest part. But that's pushed on out. Some rain around Happy and Tulia, Nazareth. And now we're going to wait and see what happens here, because along this outflow boundary, a little bit of development back towards Hartley, and if those stay intact as this pushes down to the southeast, we might see another round of at least rain close to the city. We'll just have to wait and see on that. Ton of lightning. Of course, we knew that by looking from the camera there at Lake Meredith. Okay. Yeah, these storms they're moving pretty fast now. So that's going to approach Fritch pretty quickly, and Stinnett. Dumas, still breezy, but the worst is over. You're getting some rain now. Still gusty here in Amarillo. I mean, we had some winds 50 to 60. Once we get things stirred up, it stays pretty windy. Okay, so there's what it looks like on radar. And here's what it looks like if you're at Fritch or the lake, watching that approach. It looks like a little roll cloud there indicating the wind shift off in the distance there, but not too far. From the camera, I think that's only going to be about 7 or 8 miles. And moving pretty quickly, so storm's definitely making a beeline for the Lake Meredith area. Hopefully we'll get some weakening. I can't promise that, though. Rain chances looking pretty good, though, for the lake area. Yeah. You check on our wind velocity situation. And yeah, that's still substantial. This little blast right there. Dumas, it's pretty much through your area. But look at Fritch, Borger, and Stinnett. Of course, we got Pringle in there also. More, yeah. That's going to be a lot of wind unless we weaken here quickly. Yeah, oh, look at that. Very electrified storm there. Okay. Yeah, that's quite the surge there. And once again, if you're around Fritch and Borger and Stinnett, really have to point out this surge of rain clear outflow, we call it, pushing quickly to the southeast, and a history of winds of at least 60 miles per hour even recently, and looks like the storm's holding its own. So it's not weakening. So now, yeah, you can kind of see that outflow boundary really close to Fritch now. Give you another 5 minutes there. But it's also coming across Highway 87 around Masterson and then back out towards Channing. So all along there, just big blast of wind, and you know, in time, you know, we may have to watch that close to Amarillo. It's not that far away and moving pretty fast. A couple small showers and thunder showers developing behind the outflow. Again, we have to wait and see just how well that stays intact as to whether or not Amarillo gets any more. Okay, let's go visit our Lipscomb County storm. And that's going to be another wind maker around Glacier, Higgins, Canadian, Lake Marvin. We might get some winds 50 to 60 there. Looks like the hail potential is kind of coming down as those push southeast. Higgins now well into the rain. Glacier getting it. Lake Marvin, Canadian starting to fill in around you. You will get some rain. It will be breezy, but you're not in the path of one of these severe cores at the moment. Okay, the most intense storm we have right now is between Dumas and Stinnett, right there pretty much on 152. Heading down to the southeast. An outflow boundary is about to sweep on into Fritch, Borger, and stir up a lot of straight line wind. Thanks for staying up with us. We've just been on continuously tracking storms for the last, 3 hours or so, 3 or 4 hours. And we like to do this when we get into severe weather events. You can find us on Facebook or YouTube. And then if we do stuff on TV, we'll bring that in also. Certainly did that when we had our tornado warnings earlier. But anyway, we're going to watch, and as long as we got this threat, this severe threat, this dangerous threat of destructive storms, when things start to die down, then we'll pull the plug and everybody can get some sleep. But still got some very stout wind. Coming out of that storm close to Lake Meredith. Pretty much coming into Fritch. Sanford, you'll be catching that. And then Borger and Stinnett, I just don't see how you can miss out on some pretty heavy activity. All right, just checking on some information here. And we'll give you the latest as we do that. One thing we haven't done here in a while is get you lightning. This is pretty incredible. This is from Lake Meredith. Camera's near the Sanford Yake. And you see it's almost right on top of you now. So that's coming on into the lake. Going to see a lot of wind with that. We'll kind of tour the area. Things are kind of settling down in the northern part of the area. There's some new storms developing in Kansas, but they don't look quite as stout. If you're around Guyman, Texoma, Goodwell, Beaver, Boise City, Keys, heavy threat is pushed on down to the south. It's really kind of the leading edge is going to be the most likely or prone area for some of this severe weather. So we got the one, we'll start off in the northeast. We've had the warning at Lipscomb, and well, it looks like the hail threat going down, but very heavy rain crossing Highway 60 there, Higgins and Glacier. And I imagine we've got some pretty stout winds there also. Canadian, yeah, it's just kind of hitting all around you. Probably get a little more rain, a lot of lightning, and at times some wind. But as we come on back to this guy, it's the strongest one we have now. It's blasted through Dumas and Sunray with strong winds. Now coming into Pringle, Stinnett. Wind is now blasting into Fritch and Sanford, sweeping across the lake, Bugby area also. Three Falls Cove catching the wind. The rain has arrived at our camera there. Let's take a look at that. Still plenty of lightning, you just can't see very far because of the rain. Strong wind in there too, starting to kick things around a little bit. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Lake Meredith area, especially around Sanford. Yeah, Fritch, Sanford to Stinnett is really going to catch some wind. And maybe a little hail also. The best chance of that would be up around Stinnett and probably something like dime to nickel size. But there could be winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. In fact, I'm going to let you watch the storm blow across the lake there, and I'll get some information. Yeah. Latest word from the Weather Service tracking storms along with us is that there's potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour wind. Straight wind, not a tornado, but the same areas that I mentioned there. Fritch, Sanford, Stinnett, and of course Borger, you're on deck. You're watching and waiting also. 136, anywhere around Highway 136 from Fritch, Borger, Sanford, Stinnett, Pringle, all that area could see 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, and it's coming towards Borger also, and at the rate that it's moving, it's not going to take long to sweep right across there. So I'll zoom out a little bit. Dumas, the wind has passed you by. Sunray, and you're back in some rain and some lightning, And got a little development there around Channing. This is what we're watching to kind of move towards Amarillo in time, as well as Panhandle and Pampa. You know, it's just going to come down to how long it holds together. Okay, and that's going to be the main cluster now. Storm in the northeast up around Lipscomb is making tracks rapidly out towards the Oklahoma border. Once it crosses over, we'll kind of hand that off, and it won't be our concern. But for the next 15, 20 minutes, Glacier to Higgins is going to be intense downpour and probably some wind, but nothing like we're seeing there now in the northern part of the lake. Fritch, Sanford, I mentioned those places before, and Bugby. Big time wind. Let me switch systems here for you, and yeah, just, oops, come in a little closer. This is wind velocity. We're not looking at rain and hail. We're just looking at wind speeds. And this is where we think we might be getting some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So unfortunately, that's for our friends in Fritch. It's for our friends in Sanford, the entire Lake Meredith area. And then it's going to be pretty quickly going to approach Stinnett and Borger on Highway 136. That's what we have for you here. Yeah. Back to Masterson. The wind is on that leading edge there. So not much you can do there except stay in and keep everybody away from the windows. I imagine we've got either thunder or the wind or a weather alert radio or your phone going off around Fritch, Sanford, Borger, Stinnett, Pringle. Just know that we're not tracking tornado. That being said, winds may be close to hurricane force, at least briefly. And it starts at 74 miles per hour. That's definitely within the realm of possibilities. So now that wind is at Fritch and Sanford and quickly approaching Stinnett and Borger. So in a few minutes I'll look over and get some latest wind speeds, but the potential for 80 mile an hour wind is there. Hail, it looks like that threat going down around Stinnett, maybe some dime penny size hail. And then plenty of rain and lightning, as we saw from the camera there. Let's take a peek at that. And this is at the lake, near the marina. And it kind of looks like being in a car wash there. The rain and the wind coming in together, visibility way down. Now, if we take a look at this cluster also, kind of back up here, Dumas and some rain. And there's that, the outflow that continues to initiate or help to focus new updrafts here. So back here around Channing to Dumas, that's new. Should that continue, we might get a little more rain making it down towards Amarillo and Bushland. We'll just have to kind of wait and see how that's looking. Definitely going to be some wind in there. That's the outflow boundary you see. I can do better than that. So yeah, here's the outflow boundary. Moving pretty rapidly, so that'll be coming in from the north. Even if we don't get any more rain or lightning in Amarillo, we're probably going to get more wind. Okay, looks like we got the latest frame there as the storm comes on into Borger. Okay, so yeah, the wind now arriving in Stinnett. Another 5 or 10 minutes there at Borger. I mean, this is really cooking, really moving rapidly. Also means our friends at Skellytown and Pampa need to be on standby as we track the storm your way. It may, you know, if it's holding that intensity, you'll have some wind. About to hand off that eastern storm there. Higgins and Glacier, Lake Marvin. That's not going to be with us much longer. There's some rain coming into Canadian, but not the really strong wind yet. This is the radar product that really shows the wind. It's that bright green right in there. So as we mentioned, it's through Sanford, it's through Fritch, but close to Stinnett, close to Borger. And yeah, that looks, estimate of 80 miles per hour does not surprise me at all. Okay, back on reflectivity showing the rain. Sanford getting it. Pringle down to Stinnett, Borger, Dumas also. We're still getting a lot of lightning. Amarillo sitting in between activity for the time being. The storm we did have nearby earlier is now going through Tulia. You see some of the rain around Crest, picking up a little bit of Tulia right now, but below severe intensity for sure. It's like more rain coming down through Kansas towards Elkhart, so we may still get some more rain in the Oklahoma Panhandle that had all the rain earlier, but the intensity will be down, and I don't think we'll get all the wind with that. Perryton, just moderate rainfall. Spearman, it's a good old soaker also. Looks like back towards Booker, Darrowsette, Lipscomb, Follett. Just now kind of a rain event. It's the leading edge. So Glacier to Higgins, still pretty stout. But no doubt, main show right now is from Fritch and Sanford, Borger, up to Stinnett and Pringle for that big surge of wind. So it's about to move on into Borger. Certainly lightning and thunder and rain coming your way, but yeah, it's going to be the wind. That's still pretty rough. Looks like the intensity might be down just a little bit. See what it looks like from the tower camera. Still looks like a car wash there. Okay, Fritch reporting 61 mile per hour wind. As expected. That's coming into Sanford right now also. And then Borger just almost there. And the wind might linger a little bit at Sanford and Borger. I mean, these storms are really rapidly surging down to the southeast. That, you know, doesn't help the wind situation. That wind, you know, comes out of the storm, it's got some momentum. So, I mean, even if it didn't push out outflow, just the storm itself moving that fast helps to push the wind. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Got kind of a new one that now takes it down into Gray County, as we thought earlier. Pampa, Skellytown, White Deer, stand by for that wind coming your way soon. Okay, Dumas, things are getting better for you. Looks like the rain kind of winding down. Fritch, the wind starting to subside, but still pretty stout. It's Sanford that's just kind of taking the wind right now. The strongest wind. It could be 70, 80 miles per hour. Looks like the wind coming into Stinnett. It's going to be more like 60 miles per hour up that way. Not looking at tornadoes in the area. This is kind of a classic, straight line wind blast now. Okay, yeah, we're losing that one big storm out around Higgins. On the state line, kicking off to the east pretty rapidly. So our severe threat now is going to come from this guy. And let me point out again this outflow boundary. We have wind. Yeah. Behind that, surging. So notice Amarillo down there. Like I said, even if we don't get into any more rain, we are probably going to turn pretty blustery. Strongest wind now is around Sanford to Borger. Sanford to Borger. Pretty stout wind in there. Yeah, the camera at the lake still pretty crazy. You see some vehicles moving around there. Wow, look at that. So that's the camera north side of the lake. Yeah, rain's spreading on in now to Borger, Fritch and Sanford. Okay, here's once again, it's the wind velocity on radar. So right in here. Especially Sanford, Fritch, and coming up pretty soon, Borger, going to catch that wind. Straight wind, should be out of the northwest. Should be in excess of 60 miles per hour, but as high as 80. Could be a destructive storm there. Yeah, I think the hail situation is looking better, but not the wind. Outflow boundaries now pushed down to about the Canadian River north of Amarillo. Right about here. Storms popping up there close to Panhandle. Be coming your way soon. Okay. A pretty sizable area of rain and lightning, but kind of down to this guy as far as the severe potential. Okay, looks like the worst has gone through Fritch. And Sanford, but the worst is about to come into Borger, so it's just out on that leading edge. So Skellytown and Pampa will be on standby. Storms will race through there pretty rapidly, it looks like. Pretty unusual August night. I know I've been harping on that, but it's kind of very interesting to watch all this take shape, come together tonight. You know, middle of summer, summer doldrums, you might say. You wouldn't expect severe weather at all, but then to get it late at night like this is really unusual. At least to this scale, to this many storms. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Once again, storms down to our south are below severe intensity. Got a little rain coming across Lake McKenzie and looks like approaching Silverton, maybe Kittiquay and Turkey, but below severe intensity. It'll pop up there around Memphis. Okay, a little blip south Panhandle. The storm's in the east. A lot of rain out that way, but again, the severe part is pretty well pushed over into western Oklahoma, away from Canadian, away from Glacier and Higgins. Yeah, this is the big boy here as far as severe intensity. Looks like the wind dropping off a little bit. Let me show you that. Back to this area here from Stinnett, Sanford, Fritch, and Borger. You know, there's still some wind, but notice how that big white-green area starts to fade a little bit. So that's bringing it down out of the 80-mile-an-hour range to maybe more like 60, you know, which hey, we'll take it, you know, any improvement there. Back on the back edge, the outflow side, we still have wind that will be approaching Amarillo. This right here. A little bit of rain developing there, but nothing really heavy. Let's take a look at the camera. I'll get the latest info. Still seeing a lot of lightning and heavy rain around the lake. Okay. I got good news on the trend here. I just pointed this out, but looks like the storm's kind of losing some of its punch as it comes through Borger. Still certainly heavy rain, Borgers to Stinnett. Yeah, you know, it's going to move pretty fast, so that means that's going to limit how much rain you get. But right now, it's going to pour from Fritch, Borger to Stinnett, Sanford, Bugby. The wind, though, looks like has peaked probably. Should be coming down a little bit. Still might be gusting 60 around Sanford to Borger. Okay. Outflow boundary continues to make progress. Approaching Panhandle and Pantex, North Amarillo. It's going to kick up some wind. Not as bad as we think Sanford went through. Some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, but it'll be blustery. Looking better up to the north. Canadian, again, just not too concerned. Heavy rain, some lightning, gusty winds, but not severe. Just got to get this one thrust there through Borger, heading towards Skellytown and Pampa. We can get that to simmer down a little bit, then we'll be in pretty good shape. But for the time being, it's a pretty good blast of straight wind. By the way, there could be some more storms late tomorrow and tomorrow night, mainly the eastern half of the area. So you want to stay tuned for that. A little earlier in the day, probably late afternoon, early evening, and then out of here, not overnight like this one. Yeah, still seeing a ton of lightning around the lake. Friends in Borger soaking up the rain right now with some strong wind. Be kind of like being in a car wash there. I've mentioned that. Still blowing and going around Sanford and Fritch. Just I think the worst is through there. And we're watching that boundary, kind of like a little cold front approaching Amarillo from the north. Few non-severe cells developing behind it there. Channing and about four-way. Let's come in. Back towards the lake, just solid rainfall with some strong wind. Yeah, Highway 152, I think, is going to be the zone for the strong winds. So Skellytown, about coming your way, and then Pampa. And if you know, you're just tuning us in, we're not expecting tornadoes. A couple hours ago, we had a couple of tornado warnings based on radar. Nothing too solid as far as tornado touchdowns that I'm aware of. And we've also had some larger hail earlier, but looks like the hail threat is down, the wind threat up for a little while, but not a tornadic situation. Okay, we'll watch the radar. I'll check for some more information. See what's going on. Okay. Friends in Borg are really catching some wind-blown rain right now, as well as Fritch, although I think the worst of the wind has already taken place. Yeah, look how quickly storms are blasting out of Pringles, Stinnett, Borger, across 136 there, down 152 towards Skellytown. That's not going to take long. If you're at Fritch and Sanford and the lake, you got this round of rain, and it may be followed up by a little less intense rain, but things are going to be getting better as far as the severity. All right, Borger down to Skellytown, Pampa. White deer, be on standby. Panhandle, you'll start to catch some of the wind also. Next 30 minutes or so. Down to one severe thunderstorm warning. We quickly lost the guy out in the east. Around Glacier and Higgins, that's out of here. It's severe in Oklahoma now. But we've handed that one off. Canadian, early just things worked out pretty well. Get a lot of rain and lightning, but you've kind of missed the cores, the severe activity. And more rain on the way, by the way, it looks like. Remember, we have a flood watch in effect, so even though we're starting to downplay the hail and the tornado threat, still going to have to watch out for too much water in some locations. So we got that flood watch in effect for the eastern part of the area. Miami in some moderate rainfall right now. There'll probably be some more coming your way. And the yellow box you see there is the severe thunderstorm warning, the only one we have at the moment. But it does include Stinnett, Borger, Skellytown, Pampa. It's moving out of Fritch, Sanford, and Stinnett. Still a ton of lightning in there, by the way. And as we watch the progress of our outflow boundary, you can see we're getting a little closer to North Amarillo. Let's see. A little bit of rain development behind that. We don't know how long that's going to persist, however. I would imagine we see plenty of lightning from Amarillo. Let's take a look at that. Downtown. I'm going to turn our camera a little bit. Yep. So there's our approaching storm, or at least the outflow boundary. Looks like it's going to have a pretty good shelf cloud with it. Yep. We'll refer back to that from time to time as it gets a little bit closer. As we watch that, I'll get some latest numbers for you. Okay, we can okay, so we got a 68-mile-an-hour wind at Fritch and quite a bit of wind damage reported up at Sunray when it blew through. So this doesn't surprise us. I mean, 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind is going to do that. So storms closer to Amarillo. We don't anticipate, rotating updrafts and tornadoes or anything. We do, however, expect the wind to pick up. Still blowing really hard up around Borger. Again, we had 68-mile-an-hour wind confirmed at Fritch. And wind damage all over the Sunray area. All right. Yeah, still catching a lot of wind, straight line wind. Of course, it does mean more water going into the lake, quite a bit probably. Okay, Pringles, Stinnett, pretty heavy rainfall. Masterson getting in on some of the rain. Dumas looks like it's finally south of you now. There's our outflow boundary approaching Amarillo from the north. We have at least some rain developing back behind it, back towards Channing. But it looks like that's staying below severe levels. All right, Borger just kind of like being in a little hurricane there with very strong winds and a lot of heavy rain. I think Fritch still getting the rain, but I think the wind is starting to drop off. But kind of an extended period there of some very strong winds. So Stinnett down to Borger and Skellytown. I mean, they're racing in at Skellytown. Have some prolonged rain. Some of that wind we're talking about also. That looks like the wind is, looks like the rain is kind of starting to spread out ahead of some of that wind. So I think the storm probably peaked in intensity. Pampa's still on the way, it looks like, with some rain and wind. Be pretty loud, thunder and lightning. I think that outflow boundary probably just about 10 minutes away from North Amarillo, which is where we are here at News Channel 10. I'll let you know when I hear that rip through. A little rain down around Tulia, non-severe. Just doesn't look too bad down that way. That'll be Tulia Crest area. We had, yep, some little off to the east of Silverton, approaching Kittiquay and Turkey, but well below severe intensity. We really only have one warning there. That's that yellow box you see. Big storm going through Stinnett and Borger. Fritch. It's cruising down to the southeast. Let's see. Yep, already coming into Skellytown as far as the rain. Strong wind now shifting just off to the east of Borger, but still blowing pretty hard around Fritch at Sanford and Stinnett. It's not quite as brutal as we saw a little while ago. Okay, pulling on out here. Northern part of the area, you got a redevelopment, but that's going to be non-severe. Not too far from Guyman. Quite a bit of rain up across Ochiltree and Lipscomb counties. Right in here. Perryton just kind of getting a soaker. Follette, Lipscomb, just kind of a slow soaker. Canadian, really getting in on the rain right now. But you're doing it without a lot of wind. So Canadian's been one of the sweet spots, I guess, if you will, to start getting the rain, but not putting up with severe elements. Looks like we got the rain south of Spearman now, moving out of Pringle, starting to wind down to Stinnett, but still intact, still ongoing. Fritch, Sanford, and Borger, where we still have some pretty stout winds. Wind, really, the really strong wind looks like it's shifting south of Borger. The rain coming on into Skellytown. Panhandle is about to get that outflow boundary. Will kick up your wind significantly. And also just north of Amarillo now. It looks like just south of the Canadian River and advancing pretty quickly. That outflow boundary, we'll have to wait and see if we get any of that. Well, smaller storms developing behind it in the city. Remains to be seen. Still getting some pretty good lightning south of Amarillo, or north of Amarillo, south of the river. Take a look at that. Looking right up to the north there, that's Buchanan Street. And well, that's the flash kind of reveal the shelf cloud, the outflow boundary. Yeah, very plain to see there, just to the north of the city. All right, back on radar. Some rain at Masterson, Channing. Looks like it's wrapped up for Dumas. Still getting rain at Sanford, Borger, Skellytown, Pampa. It won't be long till that moves your way. I'll guarantee some rain for you. It'll just come down to how much wind you're going to get out of the deal. And looks like the speed's coming down, but still might be pretty stout. Okay. Outflow. Knocking on the door here for Amarillo. All right, there we go. Stinnett, things are beginning to wind down for you. And Fritch looks like the worst is pretty much gone through, starting to wind down there. Borger still heavily involved. Skellytown getting in on a lot of the rain now. Doesn't look like the wind is quite as bad there. Pampa, we're just kind of waiting for it to spread your way pretty rapidly, though. Panhandle getting the wind shift now. See how much rain follows up. Doesn't look like the wind is horrible there. Okay. And it does look like once we get the storms a little further southeast, places like McLean, Shamrock, Wheeler, things will be picking up for you there. We're hoping that the intensity continues to drop a little bit. Be nice to get everything below severe intensity. It's been a while since we've been able to say that, though. Yep, still pretty active on the wind. It's starting to pick up around Panhandle. And White Deer also. Looks like you're about to get in on it. It's raining at Skellytown pretty heavily. Wind up there a little bit also. Outflow boundary getting closer to Amarillo. Not too far away. Has not hit News Channel 10 yet. Let's take a look at down camera. Watch that get a little closer. All right. Well, looks like our trend of storm intensity is getting a little lower. That's good. So what I plan to do here is hang out a little bit longer. We'll track these storms a little bit longer. I'd like to see that last warning expire, or at least get discontinued. Definitely see there's plenty of lightning there north of Amarillo. Wow. So just know that after I discontinue here in a little while, there's still going to be lightning, there's still going to be rain. Wind's going to get gusty, but overall, I think the intensity's coming down. Shouldn't be any tornado warnings or anything like that. And even haven't seen much hail last 30 minutes or so. So I think we're getting that weakening trend that we've been waiting for. This last warning for Hutchinson and Gray, Carson counties, set to expire at 4. I'd say 23 minutes from now. It does look like it's winding down. The storms coming in from the north there out of Kansas should stay non-severe. So we got Pampa just putting on standby for some heavy rain and lightning. It'll be gusty, but I think we're getting down out of that severe category. White Deer starting to get some of the rain. Still raining around Sanford, Borger, soaking it up there, but outflow boundary a little closer to Amarillo. Anybody out in Pampa, if you're watching, I know you're starting to hear the thunder and certainly got a ton of lightning coming your way. But it looks like the storm's coming in a weakened state compared to when it blasted into Fritz, Stinnett, and Borger. So you're getting off kind of easy there. You'll probably get plenty of rain. I like the track of that. Lightning, but without the severe elements. So good news there. Yeah, it looks like we're weakening rapidly. All right, folks, I think it's about time to terminate our coverage here. I really think our last warning here will probably play out around 4. And again, I think, if you're around Pampa, Miami, you're going to get some pretty good rain. There's going to be a lot of lightning. It's going to be breezy. Even in Amarillo, I think the wind will pick up. Might see a little lightning, might see a little more rain, but overall, the trend is down. So I want to thank you for joining us on this late night here in August. Once again, tune in tomorrow afternoon. Shelby will be here. We could have some more storms, and if they go severe, we'll certainly let you know about that. But in the meantime, if you live in the eastern half of the area, keep that weather alert radio on. That NewsChannel 10 First Alert weather app downloaded, ready to go, just in case something flares back up. But I'm pretty confident now we're down to just rain, some gusty conditions, and a lot of thunder and lightning. So made it through another night. Again, I want to thank you for joining us. Again, be sure to keep it on NewsChannel 10 anytime the weather gets bad. You guys stay safe.